Darren, if you can please start the meeting online and let me know. Mayor Du Bois, we're now live.
Great. Welcome to the council meeting of Monday, April 26th. Will the clerk please call the meeting to order?
Vice Mayor Burt,
Here.
Councilmember Cormack,
Here.
Mayor Du Bois,
Here.
Councilmember Filseth,
Here.
Councilmember Ku,
Here.
Councilmember Stone,
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Here.
7 present.
Great, thank you. Our first item tonight is a closed session item. It's a conference with labor negotiators. Are there any members of the public that wish to speak to the closed item?
Any members of the public wishing to speak to the closed session item on labor negotiations, please raise your hand at this time. Mayor Du Bois, we have none.
Okay, so we'll bring it back to council for motions.
I'll move that we go into closed session to conference with labor negotiators.
Second.
All right, let's vote on going into closed session. Vice Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack,
Yes.
I vote yes. Councilmember Filseth,
Yes.
Councilmember Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
and Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Okay, so 7-0. We're scheduled to come out of closed session at 6 o'clock. So we'll be back here then.
Actually, no, it's not recent.
I am testing my mic.
You are loud and clear.
A giant fall.
Sorry.
Wow. Economy and not me. I should be the one to hoard all the food.
For those members of the public, this is Beth Minor, the city clerk. If your hand is up to speak on oral communications, go ahead and keep your hand up. Council will not be returning from the closed session until about 6:20. So you have some time left. But if you wish to speak on oral communications, you can go ahead and keep your hand raised. Any other item on the agenda, please lower it at this time until the mayor announces that item. Thank you.
council members could turn their cameras on if they're back. Okay, I see a quorum. So council's returning from closed session with no reportable action. I don't believe we have any agenda changes or deletions. So we will move on to oral communications. I see 10 speakers already. So City Clerk, if we could go with 2 minutes a speaker.
Yes, Mayor Du Bois. Any member of the public that wishes to speak to oral communications, which is anything not on the agenda, please raise your hand at this time. We will stop taking callers in 4 minutes. So please raise your hands. Our first speaker is Ken, to be followed by Cedric de la Boujadière. Ken, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, good evening. This is Ken Horowitz, and I'm sitting here at the Palo Alto YMCA, and I want everybody to know that it's open and it's safe and they're practicing social distancing, and it's really important for Palo Altans to begin to exercise again for their physical, mental, and spiritual health. And also it's important to pay your dues, and that therefore you can help bring back some of the employees that were laid off during the pandemic. So I would encourage all Palo Altans to come back to the Palo Alto YMCA on Ross Road. And finally, I'd like to say best wishes to Beth Miner on her retirement and wish her the best in the days ahead. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ken. Our next speaker is Cedric de la Boujadière, to be followed by Richard Lee and then Susan Mitchell. Cedric, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, hi, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. It has come to my attention that the Palo Alto police are towing and threatening to tow the vehicles in which people live. I'm speaking tonight to urge you to put some attention to this matter and set guidelines to stop this practice. I understand that there are concerns over blight, but towing the cars of the unhoused is not a solution. It only makes the problem worse. It is inhumane and it is bad public policy. During COVID, we have moratoriums on evictions, but not on the towing of people's houses. One of my childhood friends has been homeless for over a decade, and his story is much like many other homeless people's stories. Some years ago, he had a vehicle he was living in, but it had mechanical issues and he didn't have enough money to fix it. Therefore, he could not register it, and therefore it was perpetually parked illegally. Finally, one day the police towed it. To just get it out of this tow storage would cost over $1,000, which he did not have. So he went to the tow yard, gathered all he could carry on his bike, and abandoned the vehicle and the rest of his meager belongings. For the next few years, he was unprotected on the street, sleeping in doorways and bushes, getting woken up almost every night by security or police and told to move on. No shelter from the sun, the rain, from police, or from criminals. So when we tow people's cars, it does not solve the problem of blight. It only worsens it and pushes it around town. And those people who live on the street have worse outcomes for physical and mental health. Therefore, I urge you to get the police to stop towing people's cars and to find more helpful ways to actually address the issues of homelessness instead of just sweeping it under the rug. We need more affordable housing, safe places to shelter, assistance to keep people in their homes and off the street. We need legal, mental, and emotional counseling to address the systemic issues that keep people down. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cedric. We will no longer be taking names of speakers. Our final speaker will be Paul from Fair Meadow. We will now go to Susan Mitchell, to be followed by David Herzl and David Liu. Susan, go ahead. You have 2 minutes. Susan, you need to unmute from your end. There
Here
you
I
go.
go. Can you hear me now?
Yes, you have 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, city and staff members, city council and staff members. My name is Susan Mitchell. My husband and I live on High Street between Lincoln Avenue and Embarcadero Slip Road, 1 block away from Alma. I would like to address the mitigation plan related to the Churchill Avenue closure of installing a traffic light at the corner of Alma and the Embarcadero Slip Road. This plan encourages traffic traveling west on Embarcadero towards El Camino to divert fast-moving traffic to back up on Embarcadero and the short single-lane slip road, crossing a busy bike and pedestrian crosswalk before heading towards Alma to make a left turn at the new traffic light. Currently, traffic can only turn right on Alma at this corner. In addition, the new plan also blocks the current ability to make a left turn from Lincoln Avenue to Alma southbound, thus funneling traffic from downtown Palo Alto businesses to make left turn from Lincoln onto the narrow part of High Street towards the slip road in order to access the new traffic light at Alma. Please consider redesigning the plan of rerouting traffic to achieve throughput on Embarcadero that will result in aggravating bike and pedestrian safety on the slip road and traffic backup on adjacent small neighborhood streets, such as High Street. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Susan. Our next speaker is David Liu, to be followed by Dexter Girton and then Rebecca Eisenberg. David, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, City Mayor and City Council women and men. I'm calling to talk about the rail option. I received a flyer and I was made aware of the 4 options and I reviewed it. And I live between East Meadow and Charleston Road, backing up right against the railroad tracks. So I have a very direct impact on whatever options you guys end up choosing. I originally was going to pick the trench option, but after looking at the animation, I'm a little concerned about the diesel pump for the drainage, which will sit literally either in back of my house or in back of my neighbor's house. So that option for me is probably a no-go. I don't understand the impact that would have, like how many gallons of diesel fuel, what's the safety concern and all that. So I just wanted to voice my opinion and my concern about that. But my personal preference right now is the viaduct, which is 60 feet away from my fence and 20 foot high up in the air. So I just want to let my neighbors be known that because I have a very direct impact, that would be my preference. So that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David. And a reminder to the public, we are no longer taking public speakers for oral communications. Our next speaker is Dexter Girton, to be followed by Rebecca Eisenberg, and then Luisa Montani Clavdal. I'm sorry if I said your name incorrectly. Dexter, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
I'd like to share my screen. How do I share my screen?
Hold on just a minute. You should be able to do it now. Dexter, you need to unmute.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, here I see it now, share screen. Oh, wrong one. Okay. I want to talk about traffic jams on Embarcadero Road that I saw many times. Oh, get back there. Traffic jams on the Embarcadero Road saw many times, nearly daily occurrences before the pandemic, at morning and evening. One example I'm showing here is it lasted 22 minutes, which is one of the longer ones. So, and also I saw slow and go traffic on Alma Street and at peak times with traffic occasionally stopped. The next slide, this is in large. Traffic headed into the underpass towards El Camino. Pedestrians and bicyclists cross here and go to the sidewalk, slip road, and here's High Street. So I'm looking in the easterly direction, enlarged here. This is approaching traffic, also headed into the underpass, except this car here is going to a slip road. Now, this is my view of what will happen if Churchill is closed. There would be two new traffic stopped in either direction here at times due to traffic lights. A new light here at Kingsley and Alma. A new light here at Alma to Slip Road. This Embarcadero corridor handles traffic to and from high school, Town and Country, Palo Alto Medical Foundation, Stanford University, North and South El Camino. So with 4 new traffic lights and former Churchill traffic with 7,000
You have
more,
30 seconds left.
thank you, with 7,000 more cars and trucks per day from Churchill Avenue, bicycles and pedestrians, in my opinion, equals massive backups. My question to the City Council is, are you concerned? That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's good.
And just a reminder to the public that oral communications is for anything not on tonight's agenda. So if you have something for tonight's agenda, you'll need to lower your hand and raise it again when we get to the item you wish to speak on. Our next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg, to be followed by Susan Newman, and then Paul from Fairmeadow. Rebecca, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Anyway, they heard it.
They heard it.
That's beside the point.
I know.
Can people mute in the background? Okay, hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. 2 minutes. Okay, hi, City Council. As you know, Palo Alto is the only city in the country with our level of wealth that fails to provide even one shelter bed for our homeless. Palo Alto has 0 shelter beds for the homeless population. I wanted to let you know that just last week, a federal judge in Los Angeles used the 14th Amendment of the Constitution of the United States correctly applied the 14th Amendment to conclude that the city of Los Angeles has absolutely zero ability to enforce against homeless people. Can't tow or ticket the cars, can't remove tents from encampment. It is 100% illegal for Los Angeles to take action against homeless people until and unless Los Angeles provides shelter for every single one of the population of homeless people in Los Angeles, which is unquantifiable, but estimated at more than 100,000. Such action was taken under the 14th Amendment of the United States Constitution, the same amendment that under which a federal court here forced correctly Palo Alto to open its Foothills Park. And I think you should be prepared for this type of ruling because we are going to sue to enforce that law here. We have no shelter beds. Secondly, okay, 23 seconds. In the 24 hours after former officer Chauvin was convicted for murder, at least 6 people were murdered by police across the country, and even more were assaulted by police. Some events may have happened in Palo Alto, but we won't know because you refuse to hold our police accountable and demand transparency. You need to change that. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. Our next speaker is Susan Newman, to be followed by our final speaker, Paul. Susan, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
I think there's been some mistake. I actually didn't sign up to speak. So you can
Okay,
blessedly take me off.
I will take you off. Our final speaker is Paul. Paul, go ahead. You have 2 minutes. Paul from Fair Meadow, you have 2 minutes and you need to unmute from your end.
In the Fair Meadow.
There you go.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Paul, go ahead. You're speaking on oral communications.
Very good. Good evening to Honorable Mayor, council members, and my fellow residents of Palo Alto. Nice to be here. The city used to publish a set of guidelines for the storage of boats, trailers, and campers around personal homes in driveways. And that guidance seems to have disappeared. Could the city republish that guidance? I wish to purchase an expensive trailer and leave it in my driveway, but I don't want to do that. Only defined. I am not allowed to do that. Thank you.
Paul, are you done?
I am. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Du Bois, that was our final speaker.
Okay, great. Thank you to all the public speakers. We're now going to move on to our consent calendar. We have 2 items tonight. Do any members of the public want to speak to the items on the consent calendar?
Any members of the public that wish to speak to any item on the consent calendar, which is a contract with AECom, and then the appointment to the Chief Assistant City Attorney. We have 2 at this time, Kathy Jordan and David Herzl and Rebecca Eisenberg. Kathy, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, and you're speaking about the consent calendar?
Yes. Thank you very much to the City Council for this opportunity. All I wanted to say was to bring attention to the total not to exceed amount for the, is it AECom? Is that the correct pronunciation? 2.8 million, 2.9 million of consulting services. Not that the real grade separations aren't important, of course, but I just want to call attention to that very large number, which I think will be additive to previous consulting services on top of course, staff costs, up over and above staff costs on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Our next speaker is David Herzl, to be followed by our final speaker, Rebecca Eisenberg. David, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
So I'm talking about the grade separation. Is that appropriate?
That's next on action.
So I should not talk at this point?
Not right now.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you. You're right. It's okay. Our final speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg. Rebecca, go ahead.
Hi, yeah, I just want to add on to what Kathy Jordan said about AECom. I've been looking very closely at the work that they've done, and it's just not good. We're not, and nowhere close to resolution on the issue. Their graphics leave a lot to be desired. Certain questions are never really completely answered, such as whether work can be done without displacing homes. I think it's been years, and this process hasn't been concluded. Most of the time with this kind of contract, at least when I work on these for my clients, we set deadlines. If your work hasn't led to a certain milestone by a certain date, you don't get paid anymore. When a company like AECOM is put in a situation where it can just continue to wring more money out of a client, why wouldn't it? This is a time when you're making really big budget cuts and firing a ton of people, and still we're without shuttles and services for seniors, services for teenagers. We have no shelter beds. You wouldn't even pay $30,000 at KZSU, yet we're tossing money at a consulting company that has not been successful in its job. I question the judgment behind that. As to Mr. Howell, I just want to say congratulations, and I hope you and your staff always remember that your job is protect the interests of the community of Palo Alto. Thank you very much. That's all.
Thank you, Rebecca. Mayor Du Bois, that was our final speaker for consent.
Okay, so the consent calendar is back in front of council. Any motions?
I'll move approval of the consent calendar items 2 and 3.
I will second that. Any other hands? Councilmember Tanaka?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, no on 2.
Okay. All right, so we're going to vote on consent with Councilmember Tanaka voting no on 2. I will vote yes. Councilmember Filseth?
Yes.
Councilmember Koo?
Yes.
Councilmember Stone?
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burt?
Yes.
And Councilmember Cormack?
Yes.
All right. So we're now on to our, actually, just want to say one quick word. Welcome to Terrence Housel. Great to have you back. Glad that worked out. Let's move on to our, yes.
Councilmember Tanaka can talk to you. His
Oh,
no
yes. Thank you for reminding me. Councilmember Tanaka, would you like to speak to your no vote?
Well, I think the public speakers already did, but we're in tough economic times. We're going to be cutting a lot, so I just think we have to be careful.
Okay. Now we will move on to our action items. The first one is a TEFRA hearing on conduit financing for the JCC. Is there a staff report on this item?
Hi, this is David Ramberg, Assistant Director of the Administrative Services Department. There is no staff report, as is sort of customary for TEFRA hearings. We do have representatives of the Oshman Family Jewish Community Center here if there are any questions. What we would be asking for is approval of the resolution, which enables them to access this financing. As a reminder, there is no financial commitment by the city of Palo Alto, and there is no impact whatsoever to the city of Palo Alto in any form. And then we do have an at places item. It's a factual correction to the resolution that was submitted in packet. It changes the square footage, and that was needed to make sure that the resolution aligned with the public notice. So we would ask for you to approve the at places, the resolution that's included in the at places memo. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's see if any members of the public would like to comment on this item.
Any members of the public that wish to speak on agenda item number 4, which is the TEFRA hearing for the Oshman Family Jewish Community Center, please raise your hand at this time. You will have 2 minutes. Our only speaker at this time is Rebecca Eisenberg. Rebecca, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. A couple months ago, when representatives of the Oshman Center, JCC, spoke out against the proposed housing development across the street, or it might have been next door on Fabian, I was pretty upset, and I called them because we are members of the Oshman family JCC. The Oshman family JCC said, complained that housing development would interfere with their light and their enjoyment of the city. And when I called them and spoke with someone there, I said, well, you know, you're a community member and you benefit from Palo Alto's services and benefit from being located in Palo Alto. You know, I think you need to recognize that Palo Alto has an obligation, both legal and ethical, to build housing. And I hope you'll join me in supporting it. I don't really think there was a meeting of the minds there. But now, lo and behold, a couple months later, sure enough, the Oshman Center JCC is asking for something from more from the city of Palo Alto, assistance with financing. Well, first of all, I want to say I fully support it. I do think that the city of Palo Alto should help the Oshman Center JCC with financing, and not just because I'm a member, but because that's what cities do. But I just wanted to say this because I wanted to point out to the Oshman Center JCC that next time that there's an affordable housing development next door or across the street, or any housing development, to look at the developments around you with the same spirit of generosity in which the community of Palo Alto treats you and that you deserve. So I know it wasn't this particular speaker right now tonight that spoke out against the proposed housing development, but maybe you could bring that back to the others back at the JCC so we can all move together, move forward in a more peaceable manner. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rebecca. Mayor, we have no further speakers.
Okay, so this comes back to council. Just to get things started, I'll go ahead and move the staff motion on this one.
Second.
Okay, so I heard Councilmember Stone first by a hair. Again, this is passed through conduit financing, has no impact on the city, and we usually dispose of these fairly quickly. Councilmember Stone, do you have any comments?
No, I have nothing to add.
Any council members have any questions or comments? Councilmember Tanaka?
Just to understand, so there's no, it's not like a co-signing or anything like that. There's no financial, legal, ethical, branding. There's no, like, so if there's default or the fraud or there's, you know, malfeasance or whatever issues there might be, there's no impact to the city whatsoever.
The state law requires the city to provide a forum for a public hearing, and that's what we're doing, and that's the extent of our involvement.
Okay, but there's no other obligation or potential blowback we could get on this?
That is correct.
Okay.
All right, let's go ahead and vote on the motion. Councilmember Filseth?
Yes.
Councilmember Koo?
Yes.
Councilmember Stone?
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burt?
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack?
Yes.
And I vote yes. So that passes 7-0. And we're now on to the main event, which is the Connecting Palo Alto rail grade separation. It's the second part of receiving the final report from the XCAP. Would staff like to go ahead and start?
Sure, let me go ahead and lead off, and then I'll hand it off to Ripon Bhatia, or gee, I forgot your title, Ripon. Sorry about that. I'll ask you to note that when you get started. As the council will recall, we had planned and timed this second hearing so that it would be just before Philip Cami left on a couple of weeks of paternity leave. Funny, babies have a way of not following our plans. So that said, Mr. Cami is currently out, and Ripon will lead off for staff.
Yeah, I'm trying to share my presentation here. Let me know when you can see it.
Help me, Ripon. Is it Senior engineer?
Yes, I'm senior engineer with Office of Transportation.
Thank you. I believe we have your screen.
You do? Okay. All right.
You go to presentation mode.
Oh, we all did.
No, not that one. That's presenter mode. Sorry to do this live for everyone. Ripon, you may need to go back and swap the mode here.
Ripon, this is Kylie. If you want to just start presenting, I'll work on getting the slides up for you.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Of course, thank you.
So, good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, members of the Council, Ripon Bhatia, Office of Transportation. Tonight, this item before you is continuation of our discussion from March 23 City Council discussion on the grade separation at 3 crossings, the Churchill Avenue, Meadow Drive, and Charleston Road. And XCAP provided the recommendation as well as their overview of the findings at the March 23rd meeting. And at this meeting, they are going to go more deeper into the details of the different alternatives which they found during the review, as well as during their XCAP meetings over the last 18 to 20 months. So with our discussion outline today, so if you can go on to the slide 1. Yes, please. Thank you. We will go through the brief review of issues and recommended next steps regarding the issues and concerns that were brought up and discussed at the last meeting on the March 23rd, followed by the presentation from expanded community advisory panel. We will also have summary public comments. Then we'll go through a brief summary and recommendations again, and the council comments and questions followed by that. Next slide, please. So to reiterate, we will go ahead and discuss the issues and concerns that were brought up at the last meeting study session, and also then go through the our agenda for tonight also is to seek council direction and approval on the elimination of two alternatives from the further consideration. This is based on the XCAP recommendations or the unanimous recommendations for eliminating 2 alternatives. And also as part of our further discussions on these alternatives, we like to seek council direction and approval on the grade separation work plan that will help us focus and get to the preferred alternatives as we move along. Tonight we have a team from AECOM and Hexagon who will be helping us present on some of these issues that were brought up at the last meetings, and they will go briefly over those concerns and provide us recommended next steps that we could utilize to look into the preferred alternatives in the subsequent meetings. So Millet, we have Millet Litzinger from AECOM and Peter DiStefano. In addition, we have Eddie Mercuro to answer any questions. And also Gary Black from Hexagon will be is here supporting on our traffic questions. So Millet, if you can get to the next one. Next slide, please.
Yeah, great. Good evening, everyone. Engineering is a regulated field requiring licensing of individual professional engineers. And 2 of the 6 fundamental principles of the National Society of Professional Engineers is to, 1, hold paramount the safety, health, and welfare of the public, and also to issue public statements only in an objective and a truthful manner. And these principles have been used to develop the conceptual designs of each of the alternatives. In addition, these conceptual designs are based on many factors, including safety, functionality, and the constraints at each location. Balancing these requirements result in sound engineering design and the ability to attain agency approvals. For example, in an effort to address public safety and minimize right-of-way impacts, 8-foot shoulders for the underpass alternatives were recommended to provide adequate space for disabled vehicles, road bicyclists, vehicle turning movements, and various infrastructure elements, such as drainage inlets, traffic signal poles, and roadway signs. On the next slide, I'll talk about the objective, and on the next slide, we show that the objective of this planning phase is develop a conceptual design to applicable standards and in enough detail to enable approximate but a realistic footprint of the alternative and an order of magnitude cost of each alternative. This same level of detail is applied to all alternatives so they can be evaluated and compared in an objective manner. Our ultimate goal is to narrow down the alternatives and advance to the next phase. The next slide, I'm going to talk a little bit about Caltrain's potential 4-track configuration. Caltrain adopted, the adopted Caltrain service vision is based on a moderate growth scenario, and many of you may know that that includes 8 Caltrain trains and 4 high-speed rail trains per direction per hour. The high growth scenario includes 12 Caltrain trains and 4 high-speed rail trains per direction per hour. But one other key factor is that it also requires a 4-track infrastructure. While JPB didn't adopt the high growth scenario, and JPB is the Joint Powers Board for Caltrain, they did ask Caltrain staff to not preclude it by making it very difficult or more expensive to implement at some point in the far future. In upcoming studies, Caltrain staff will need to delve into what it means to not preclude such an infrastructure, and this issue may even need to go back to JPB for feedback. We'll continue to coordinate with Caltrain to further understand the limits of the 4-track infrastructure and how that may impact all alternatives being considered to date. Next slide. I'm going to pass over to Gary Black, and he's going to talk about traffic studies and future volumes.
Thank you, Millette. Last meeting, a question came up, or some comments about the future forecasts that are included in the traffic study, that the traffic studies that have been done so far. I want to say that the studies include actually 2 scenarios. One scenario is existing conditions, which reflects approximately 2019 before the pandemic. And then there was also a future scenario. The future scenario was based on the city's comprehensive plan EIR, which states a forecast year of 2030. So the analysis that was chosen so that the analysis would be consistent with the general plan EIR. A question came up about whether we want to go farther in the future. That's certainly possible. There are future forecast years available from the VTA model, not the City of Palo Alto model. Future forecast would require either updating the Palo Alto model or using the VTA model, which would have to be adjusted first for use in Palo Alto. Next slide.
I think that one's coming back to me, Gary. So there was been some suggestions that additional geotechnical investigations and studies be done. It certainly would be valuable to do geotechnical investigations related to groundwater to define design parameters that are currently covered by contingencies, although that's not unusual during a planning level study. But if you do get more information, that does allow you to investigate further and I further define some of those contingencies. And an example in this situation would be to install monitoring wells in advance of design. It could provide valuable information to help make a more informed decision about some of the details of the alternatives, such as the box jacking feasibility and foundation and trench wall tieback requirements. Currently, the information that we do have indicates that there is high groundwater in this area, and that could impact the feasibility of the box jacking construction method. The next slide will discuss just briefly the drainage investigation and studies and hydraulic analysis. To date, a general assessment of drainage impacts has been done based on the project's geometry, past experience, and some very key discussions that we had with the Santa Clara Valley Water District to consider both lift stations and siphons. That these are come into play with the trench and the tunnel alternatives that we've been discussing. District staff at that meeting indicated that they don't recall an instance where a creek corridor has ever been placed in a siphon to accommodate an infrastructure project or for any other reason. And there would be many things that we would have to consider if we were to do any type of creek modification. And that would be to, provide the same conveyance capacity as the existing condition, to provide equivalent maintenance requirements as the existing condition, while not increasing maintenance cost. It would have to be functional to all flow events, allow fish passage, not increase the flooding or adversely impact existing flooding conditions. And another key element here is that we would have to obtain permits from many various regulatory agencies, including Fish and Wildlife, for the proposed creek modification. So we certainly at this time could do some additional comprehensive hydraulic analysis of the lift station and the siphon design that could help make a more informed decision about the trench and tunnel alternatives. This could save some time and money if the alternative is eliminated actually before it went to the environmental phase, and then which would require even further extensive environmental studies if you were going to be considering modifying a creek at that time. And the next slide talks about the recommendation to do some additional outreach. We have had a virtual town hall that has been that was live on August 19th, where we had comments and questions that were received from August through September. We had 607 questions received, over 1,000 unique visitors, and we held 2 live Q&A sessions that were both in August and September of last year, and the site has been live since then. We do want to highlight, as part of that virtual outreach that we did, there was the underpass concepts were new to information to the public in that format. The underpass concepts went through several iterations between March and June of 2020 prior to those virtual meetings. And then the plan view exhibits did include all the iterative updates that came as part of that process back and forth with XCAP and biweekly meetings. And we did want to note, though, that some of those design iterations were not shown on our renderings due to our budget limitations, but any missing feature is also clearly noted on the rendering, and those are all documented on our virtual site. So we wanted to note those things about our town hall, and also recognize that there has been a request for additional outreach. We definitely need that with Caltrain, and further outreach has been requested for the Palo Alto Unified School District, as well as related to bicycles and pedestrians in Stanford universities. The last slide I'm going to address is other notable concerns that have been mentioned. San Francisco Creek Bridge replacement, which could impact the design of the Palo Alto grade separation, but that's not currently part of the grade separations that we're looking at in this program. There was also Embarcadero Bridge widening, which could be also addressed during their environmental phase. We have in the alternatives that are on the table considered both the widening of Embarcadero Bridge as part of the some of the improvements, as well as all the way, which is the low end of the range of costs that you see that we've prepared for those alternatives, all the way up to complete replacement, which is more of the high end of the cost ranges that you see for each of alternatives. And lastly, there's been some comments about bridge deck thickness, and we, during this planning phase of the project, have estimated what that would be, and so that we could evaluate alternatives and their impacts. That during the next phase of design could be where we start to explore what the superstructure types are. That's when we can look at fine tuning what some of those bridge thicknesses are, so that we can possibly reduce that and reduce some of that, the approximate footprint that I noted that is what we ultimately are trying to define as part of the planning, and then also identify the order of magnitude cost for each of the alternatives. Okay, I think the next slide.
And I believe I've got the ball on this.
Yep, you do. Thank you.
Just a couple of slides, council members, before I hand it off to Nadia Naik to report for the XCAP. After we go through the particulars this evening, would like to suggest bringing it back to the council for consideration of a couple of key questions. One being whether the council is now at the point of being able to act on the XCAP recommendation to eliminate two specific alternatives that have been under consideration to this point. This is the South Palo Alto Tunnel options, both for passenger and freight, as well as for passenger only with freight remaining at grade. And then the second item, maybe a larger discussion, is with respect to the work plan going forward. Key questions being the time frame that the council would like to consider further discussion, as well as any additional work, as well as the question of the role of the rail committee versus full council, and how the council would like to manage further discussion of the options. Next slide, please. Again, this is our last staff slide before handing it off to XCAP. What we've got here is a possible placeholder in terms of one scenario for laying out the work ahead that would be heading into the summer for council to take on a more specific and comprehensive discussion of the Charleston Meadow alternatives, then into the fall with the Churchill Avenue alternatives, and then in the fall and winter to reconvene the rail committee to discuss any specific financial dimensions that the council would like to factor into your decision making. I do want to reiterate, perhaps just note that the presentation you already received from staff responded to a number of the questions that came up last time. I think in particular that the discussion that Millette pointed out on how the work to date had been scoped largely around establishing the overall footprint and order of magnitude cost of each alternatives, I think reflects something of a conventional or traditional approach to the focusing of attention to reduced number of alternatives. So again, to the extent that the council is comfortable with proceeding with any focusing, then that will assist in next steps. But we we can discuss that more specifically as we get into your discussion. And also just noting that if there are additional studies required at this stage, again, we may bring back future consultant amendments to reflect any additional studies necessary. So with that, I believe that's the last slide for staff, and so we need to transition over to Ms. Naik for the XCAP presentation.
Hi, everybody. Good evening. My name is Nadia Naik, and I am the chair of the Expanded Community Advisory Panel. I'm going to attempt to share my screen here with our presentation. And presenting with me tonight, I'm going to have my vice chair, Larry Klein, and along with Greg Braille, Phil Burton, and Keith Reckdahl, who are nice enough to jump in and lend a hand. Tonight we're going, oh, my computer is not, let's see if I can get this to work. There we go. So tonight we're going to focus on South Palo Alto per what you guys requested at the last meeting. We're going to do a recap of the alternatives, do a summary of XCAP's deliberations, kind of weigh some of the alternatives for you, what we heard from the community mostly, and then going into some specific detail about each of the alternatives. We're then going to get super wonky tonight and get a little bit into some of the engineering issues that we ran into that we think are important for us to talk about with Caltrain and other agencies to help try to save money and offer some design flexibility. And then we're going to talk about some construction methods and show you a cool video. And then we'll talk very briefly about summarizing what we did for Churchill and then moving on to our final recommendations. So just as a recap, and as the staff report mentioned, we did, as XCAP, unanimously agree that we should remove the South Palo Alto tunnel alternatives from consideration. We talked about this at our last meeting. They were just seen as too expensive and too cumbersome given the situation that we had in front of us. So from XCAP's perspective and for our process, that left the viaduct, the hybrid, the trench, and the underpass. And I'm going to just show you some quick pictures to remind you in case this is all a little overwhelming. So of course, this is what the viaduct would look like. You will note that the viaduct as planned currently would actually move away from the homes as we have them now, and there would be some space underneath the viaduct, recognizing that if that space might be used for something different, that would be something that we would have to negotiate with Caltrain. The next slide, here's a view of what a hybrid looks like. So hybrid is where the rail is lifted 15 feet in the air and the road dips about 5 feet. Sorry, I should have mentioned that the viaduct was up about 20 feet. So this is about 5 feet less. The intersection looks pretty much the same, except there you do dip down here. So for bikes and coming across here, you will feel a bit of a dip. But the main difference for the homes and for the folks along Alma is that you have an earthen berm. Here it kind of shows as a wall, but basically there's earth, it's an earthen berm underneath there. And that's the difference between the viaduct and the hybrid. The space underneath there is not usable for anything else. Next slide is image of the trench. So the trench is kind of hard to capture in a picture, but the trench is kind of this gray area down here. And you could see that there would still be fencing that would be necessary to keep folks away from the live wires that work at the top of electrification. You'd also notice that because of the ground anchors that they have to have, I'm not sure why there's a big tree here, but most of the direction that we got was that there could be some potential ground anchors that go underneath the homes here and require underground eminent domain, if you will. And so the types of plants and trees that would be able to be along the corridor would be restricted. This is a view of, actually this is a view of Charleston. I didn't put a picture of Meadow on here. This is, again, it's just as a refresher for the council. But you'll remember that in this alternative, we do have an underpass. So in this photograph, the roundabout that you see here on the right would be on the left side of the image here. This is Mountain View. On this side, this would be downtown Palo Alto headed this way. And then this is the east side. And so the cars would go down and they'd go around the, the cars would go down and they could go south to Mountain View this way. To head north, they would go under the underpass, turn around this roundabout, and then come back up this way to connect up here. And so this is what we call the underpass alternative. I'm not going to go into it in detail since we did it the last time. Okay, so our summary of what we did the last time, as I said, we removed South Palo Alto alternatives. We did not have sufficient data for the group to reach a consensus or actually even a majority, which is pretty notable. So instead, what we decided to do was go through all the pros and cons and articulate those and really recommend some areas of future study and lessons that could be learned. We also went through each of the alternatives and said, okay, if you decide to study this one further, these are all the things that we would do to improve it. So we did provide suggestions for each of the alternatives. We did have another unanimous recommendation, and that was that there should be some further study to the underpass. As Millette indicated, the underpass was mostly worked on between about March and June of last year, but of course, March is around when coronavirus started. So while the virtual town hall did get a lot of traction, the XCAP really felt unanimously that this alternative, for a number of reasons, which I'll go into, really requires more attention. So besides, well, I don't know why my cursor keeps doing that. Besides the fact that it got limited review during COVID, and there were some discrepancies, as Millette mentioned, between the virtual town hall and some of the images, which could have made it confusing. It wasn't that it was wrong, but it was just hard to read. The underpass design remains one of the few alternatives that if we have to add 4 tracks for high-speed rail, that alternative doesn't change because the tracks are not moving in that alternative. It's also the only alternative that fully separates the bikes and pedestrians completely from ALMA. That makes it very unique and offers a level of safety that is something we didn't see in the other alternatives. And actually, amazingly, from the traffic perspective, it actually shows improvement to Charleston, which is significant. We think it needs more iteration, as we mentioned in our report. Now we're going to go into weighing the alternatives, and I'm going to turn it over actually to Greg Braille. Greg, I can manage the—
Yeah, good, because I can't, so thanks. I cannot change your slide. So welcome, thanks for listening. So our XCAP report is something like 170 pages long, and we have pages and pages, and we've seen pages and pages of detailed matrices that try to explain all the differences between the alternatives. And one of the things we tried to do, there's one section in the report we worked real hard on. This is what Nadia calls Greg's folksy section of the report, where we tried to boil down the differences to something a little bit more digestible. What does this really mean? So for instance, this particular page talks about the viaduct and the hybrid. The viaduct and hybrid, Nadia showed the pictures before, so people should be familiar with what they are. But there are advantages and disadvantages to each. For instance, the way that AECOM has designed the proposed viaduct, the viaduct is actually built not where the tracks are today, but in space between the tracks and Alma Street, because the right-of-way is fairly wide there. Because of that, they're actually able to build the viaduct more quickly, and it moves the trains, if the viaduct is built this way, a little bit farther away from the nearest homes today, which somewhat reduces the impact. Another advantage of the viaduct is that potentially, depending on whatever situation we can work out with Caltrain, who would still own the land, we would have the possibility of using the land under the viaduct for some kind of public benefit, like a path or a park or something along those lines. That sort of thing has been done in some places. Melbourne, Australia, for instance, had a very extensive rail viaduct program where they commissioned public art and things like that for what happens underneath the viaduct. On the other hand, we have heard from many, many residents that the visual impact of the viaduct is the greatest. It is the highest, it's 20 feet high. You'll be able to see it from many places near the tracks. And because the viaduct travels through a couple of neighborhoods that are single-story overlays full of Eichlers, which have a lot of windows, as I know very well, residents were concerned that unless the viaduct is designed carefully, there may be an impact on their privacy. So that's sort of, the summary of the viaduct. The hybrid is really very similar, has many of the same pros and cons. The main cons to the hybrid, again, are the visual impact. It's about 15 feet high. There are large earthen berms in between Meadow and Charleston, and there are some fairly large concrete structures at the 2 intersections. In addition, since the cars and bikes and pedestrians have to go down to go under the tracks, there's a little bit more, dicey navigating of bicycles and sidewalks and things that young people may have to deal with. On the other hand, the hybrid requires no exceptions for a grade from Caltrain. And most importantly, the hybrid is half the cost of the viaduct and about a quarter of the cost of the trench using the current cost estimates we have from AECOM, which makes it merely very expensive, but not amazingly expensive. So that is something that is an important consideration. If we move on to the next page, the trench is sort of the opposite. The trench obviously has the least visual impact. The only aspect of you won't see the trains. You will see a fence, but no trains. And that is actually a big, the proponents of the trench are sort of the most excited about that. It is visually the least intrusive. If you've seen the rendering, there's really nothing to see there. Furthermore, there is a possibility, and we don't have official word on this, but it's a possibility that we could be allowed to install what's called a cover on the trench. That's not the same as turning the trench into a tunnel, because as I understand it, the covers may be only restricted to certain areas and they may have to be temporary, but that could allow for things like bicycle and pedestrian crossings, possibly some recreation use. And the trench, you know, like the hybrid, the bicycles and pedestrians are no different than they are now. And although with the covers, it's possible that they could cross the tracks at additional places as they would with the viaduct. On the other hand, the trench goes where the creeks are. San Francisco Creek, no, not San Francisco, the other two creeks, you know, Adobe and the other creek are both basically right where the trench would go, which means that some engineering would have to be done to siphon or pump or otherwise get the water from the creeks. And in some cases, we actually heard some of the animals that travel through the creeks, like fish, from one side to the other. That's a fairly big engineering task, and we really don't know how much impact that would have. We know that there are a lot of regulatory agencies who are involved and will have opinions, but there's probably the most we don't know about the trench than any of the others. And so far, all three of these alternatives, if Caltrain would not approve a grade separation project unless it allowed for 4 tracks in this part of Palo Alto, then all three of these alternatives would require changes. They'd all have to be bigger. We don't have any actual engineering work done by professional engineers about whether one would be easier than the other. All we have are sort of opinions. But there's no doubt that all three of them would have to change if we needed to accommodate 4 tracks instead of only 2. And on to the next one, and the most complicated, the underpass. If you recall the underpass, the trains stay exactly where they are. It's the only alternative in which the tracks don't move. And as Nadia pointed out, that means if we needed to have 4 tracks, actually nothing would have to change. And the reason that works is because the cars go under the tracks, and the cars are routed around the tracks, especially at Charleston, in a fairly clever, but maybe not always intuitive organization that involves a roundabout. It actually means that both cars, bicycles, and pedestrians are not only grade separated from the trains, but they're grade separated from Alma Street, which means that there's no longer a traffic light at Charleston and Alma Street if you're going straight in either direction. There's, I believe, no longer a traffic light in Meadow. So actually, the underpass actually improves traffic congestion. The underpass also includes a design for a separated bicycle and pedestrian path at both Meadow and Charleston, which means it's the only option that grade separates or whatever separates the bicycles from the cars, which is very nice. On the other hand, there's a lot more work to do. The biggest detractor of the underpass, and it's a big detraction, is that in the current design, there are things like underpasses and in particular a roundabout on Charleston Road that go where there are currently some homes, which means it has, you know, basically by far the biggest impact on private property of all the alternatives. The other alternatives may impact, as we saw in the case of the trench, they might involve underground rights, which means maybe you can't have a pool in a certain part of your property. The underpass is a lot more. It would take more engineering work to know exactly what those impacts are and how severe they are, but that is the biggest issue with the underpass, and it is quite a big issue. The current design, the bicycle and pedestrian community liked the idea of separating the bicycles, but they were not thrilled about the exact design that was being done. So this is one of those many reasons why in the time we had during COVID, with hardly anyone being able to get together in person, everyone on the XCAP really felt like, you know, if we could work this out, there may be a lot of real advantages to this, but you're kind of left weighing this option, which affects private property the most, versus some of the other options which have a visual impact or in some cases cost more money in the case of the trench. So that's sort of the summary. There's a version of this in the report. And we obviously will be able to take questions later, but this is the high level. Thanks. So am I still going, Nadia, or are we back to you now?
Yeah, no, I'm back.
Okay, thanks.
So now I'm going to basically sort of do something similar to what Greg just did, but kind of give you a side-by-side alternative so you can really think about them kind of hopefully at the same time. It's a lot to hold in your head at once. But I just want to really reiterate what Greg just said, which is as we're doing these comparisons, it's based on the designs that we have in front of us at this moment. So keep in mind that particularly the underpass is kind of handicapped versus the other alternatives in our opinion. So to kind of look at some of the key comparisons of some key metrics, here is the first row shows the order of magnitude costs. And whenever possible, I use the yellow highlighter to show the least impactful or the least awful of the things here. So you can see that the hybrid is the least expensive. When you move to the next line, it also takes 4 years where the viaduct takes 2. So as we've known from the beginning of this process, there are no easy answers. Think of these charts as all of the reasons why these are not easy answers. You can see that there is no private property acquisition required for the viaduct. There are some driveway modifications required for the hybrid. The trench actually requires some private property, potentially for the creek and pump stations, which I think we actually heard from one of the public speakers today about. And then the underpass, as currently designed, does have the most impacts to private property. And so again, we think that that alternative needs work. But this just kind of lays out the difference between some of these alternatives. I'll move to the next one, which is visual changes along the corridor. This is one of the few boxes where I didn't highlight anything because honestly, visual changes is a very subjective thing. On the one hand, the viaduct is 20 feet in the air. It is the tallest, but you can see the space underneath the viaduct. And some people think that that makes it more attractive. The hybrid is 5 feet lower than the viaduct, but it has that earthen berm that we talked about. And so others feel that that has a more wall-like feeling. I would say that the trench and the underpass are somewhat similar in that they will have fencing available, but both have different landscaping options that would need to be considered. Moving on to the creek and drainage impacts, the viaduct wouldn't have any because of course it's all above ground or up in the air in this case. Both the hybrid and the underpass have similar issues. They're both digging out the road partly. The underpass does go deeper than the hybrid, but they both would have this sort of a risk of flooding and would need some pumps, not unlike what we have today at Oregon Expressway. The trench, of course, has the most impacts to creeks and drainage for sort of the obvious reasons. And Keith will talk about that a little further, so I'm not going to cover that too much. The movement across the corridor for all transportation modes, I should have mentioned these boxes on the left and the criteria that we're looking at relates to the city council criteria that was given to XCAP to start this process. But as we talked about in our last presentation to council, those haven't been updated since September of 2017. And one of XCAP's recommendation is that we look at those further. But using those different modes, we did sort of try to do this comparison. And you'll see that there's significant improvement for all modes of transportation across the corridor. The underpass is considered moderate, not necessarily full improvement, potentially for cars, because they have to do, and sometimes a little bit more the circuitous route. But for bikes and pedestrians, full movement is maintained. So that's important to note. All of them provide moderate improvement, but the most improvement actually does come from the underpass. So while it is more circuitous for vehicles, it actually does end up being faster because it has reduced lights and uses a roundabout, which is sort of a slow go situation. And again, the bikes and the pedestrians being separated from the vehicles was something that's unique to the underpass and was seen as sort of a big advantage and another reason why XCAP thought it merits taking another look at. The next slide, the diversion of regional traffic, again, sort of a repeat, but the underpass as currently designed does have some diversion of traffic into the neighborhoods. And so again, this is one of the things that we would recommend that we take a closer look at. I did want to spend a second on noise, and I had turned in an earlier version of this presentation, so I do want to note that the next slide is an addition, but I thought it was important to talk about. all of the alternatives actually reduce noise from what we have today. And that's a common misconception. People think that putting the train up in the air is going to make a big difference. And I just wanted to highlight that the first row here shows what the decibel level that we have at current conditions. You'll see these boxes here are for the west side of the tracks, and the other ones are on the east side of the tracks. So keep in mind that they have the train and then Alma, and then they're measuring, right? So that's what those numbers represent. And you'll see that the numbers are really close. The difference between a viaduct and a trench and an underpass and the improvements are very, very close in terms of what's perceptible. And I have a little chart down here that tells you that, 3 decibels in a noisy environment is barely perceptible. 5 is considered distinctly notable, but 10 is kind of where you'd really see. And as you can see from where we are today to where we could get to, there's definitely at least more than 10. So there's going to be a noticeable reduction for everybody when the trains are separated, regardless of which alternative we choose. I do want to note that the hybrid has a is slightly more efficient at attenuating the noise, and that is because there would be an earthen specifically only on the west side of the tracks. And that's because you have an earthen berm that's attenuating the sound of Alma as well. So that for the folks on the west side, that would be a really noticeable difference, obviously dropping down, almost 20 points there. And so it just, no matter what we do, the biggest source of noise today is the bells and the whistles. And frankly, the fact that today's diesel trains are much louder than the electric Caltrains that are coming. Yes, the diesel will remain for freight, but that's only 3 trains a day. And keep in mind that the way these things are measured, it's the average over a 24-hour period. But overall, we will see a noticeable improvement no matter what we choose. Vibration was pretty much all the same. There is the significant reduction, though, does come from the viaduct. And so that was important to note. There's some utility relocation required with the viaduct, but it is the alternative that requires the least amount of utility relocation. In terms of, we're going to go into, actually, Keith will go into now, the vertical curve and some design exceptions, which we'll come back to this slide if we need to. But basically, there's going to be some technical stuff that Keith will talk about. And these are the alternatives that would most benefit from those changes. So I'll just leave that there so Keith can discuss it. I did want to bring up that we've talked about the need for 2 passing tracks for high-speed rail that might be required. And none of this was studied by XCAP. So if we do need to look at a 4-track design, all of the work would have to be redone, except most likely for the underpass. It's not likely, well, we're not engineers, obviously, but we do have AECOM here, so we could ask them their opinion. But for the most part, the underpass would not change because we are not moving the tracks. We're simply moving roads. And I should say not simply, we are moving roads though. And so it is important to note that it's hard to understand whether if you're talking about adding 2 tracks later down the road might be different than if you were building 4 tracks from the get-go. And so the answer to some of these might change because of that. But either way, the underpass is the one that's least impacted if a 4-track conversation is what we have to deal with. Okay, Keith, I'm going to turn this part over to you. I forgot how to mute myself.
Okay. Yeah, I'll be talking about the challenges involved with the trench. Full disclosure, I live in Charleston Meadows, and most people in our neighborhood strongly support the trench. But that said, I will try to be objective here. The first bullet is, the community is very polarized about the trench. Some people just love it, and other people think it's totally impractical. And the truth is a little between those two. The trench does have significant engineering problems. I should say problems, engineering challenges is a better way to say it. The current design right now has some substandard features that makes the trench look less feasible than it really is. We'll talk more about that. But the second bullet is talking about pros and cons. And it's important that there's a lot of trade-offs with the trench. A lot of things you can tweak. And if you tweak one design parameter, it can vastly change the pros and the cons. So when you look at the previous slides and you look at pros and cons, that is the pros and cons for a design, not the trench design. There are many different trench designs with different pros and cons. Then the third bullet now talks about external regulators. And unfortunately with the trench, we don't control our destiny for some aspects of the trench design. And whenever your design has to be approved by someone else, that adds red tape. For example, the first one is Caltrain. Now, except for the underpass, all the Charleston Meadow alternative, that's the hybrid, the viaduct, and the trench, they all change the track elevation, and that has to be approved by Caltrain. The second creek is the creeks. Since the trench affects the creeks, its design has to be approved by several different agencies, ranging from Valley Water to Fish and Wildlife. And that adds more red tape. So, it doesn't come for easy. And then finally, the last bullet. Last bullet. The trench, along with the viaduct and hybrid I mentioned, they all change elevations, and that involves large construction areas. And that has budget and construction duration impacts. In fact, the two complaints about the trench are cost and schedule. If you look at on slide 15, the trench estimate is $800 to $950 million over 6 years. The problem is that these estimates, they're inconsistent with other trench projects. The Reno Trench, which is almost twice as long as Palo Alto's trench, took only 3 years to complete. And Palo Alto's 6-year construction seems very generous. The second big strike against the trench is cost. The trench in Carlsbad is about $40,000 per linear foot. The South Palo Alto Trench is about 3 to 4 times that. And so you compare Reno, Alameda, Carlsbad, and these are all real trenches. They're all roughly in family in their costs. But Palo Alto is the outlier, not by a little, but by a lot. And so if we can reduce the trench cost and schedule to be consistent with the Carlsbad, so you're cutting the factor by the cost by 3, the duration by 2, that dramatically changes the outlook for the trench. It makes it much more attractive. And the city really needs to pursue this, is that we need a second opinion to refine the trench costing and say, well, why aren't we matching the same thing as, or something similar to Carlsbad? Okay, next slide. Okay. And now this talks about the specific engineering challenges. We have creeks, we have trench support, and we have groundwater. And to me, the most difficult one is the creeks and just the geography. Unfortunately, Charleston Meadow, both very close to the creeks. That means the trench has to rise and fall very quickly to avoid interfering with the creek. And this will be challenging. We don't know exactly how challenging because AECOM went a different route. Instead of avoiding the creek, they effectively chose to dam up the creek and pump the entire flow with electric pumps over the trench. And this certainly simplifies planning, but it produces inferior design. It adds flooding risk and introduces the fact that Fish and Wildlife will not want their creek dammed. So I don't think it's a very good decision. The second is the trench support. And Nadia mentioned is that right now the standard design to keep the trench walls from caving in, we have these tiebacks, effectively big screws that go into the neighboring soil. The problem is these tiebacks prevent you from putting a swimming pool in your backyard, prevents you from planting trees along your back fence. And that's where you'd want the trees. If there's a train in your backyard, you're not allowed to plant trees there. And we aren't allowed to plant trees to pretty up the trench. It's going to be more barren and less, not nearly as green as the rest of Palo Alto. So those tiebacks are very problematic. And a better solution would be what Alameda and Carlsbad both are doing. And that has the overhead struts. Instead of having external support, you have struts across the top, and that doesn't impact neighbors, it doesn't impact vegetation. And finally, the groundwater design. The current trench design pumps groundwater during construction and afterwards. And that continual pumping of groundwater is just a non-starter for a lot of people. In Palo Alto, we really care about the groundwater, and that to me is a showstopper. And so Carlsbad also has shallow groundwater, and they went through and they looked at construction techniques to minimize pumping during construction. They also looked at design techniques to completely seal the trench after construction. So we really should be going down that road. There's no reason for us to be pumping groundwater. And so these three things, the creeks, the trench support, and groundwater, they're not easy, but they have big impacts on the trench pros and cons. The current trench design does seem to have questionable decisions, introducing flooding risk in neighbors' backyards and pumping groundwater. And all these decisions add serious flaws to the trench design that don't have to be there. And this is just not a public works project. This is a public relations project. You know, right or wrong, these questionable design decisions give the residents the impression that the trench is not being fairly evaluated. And that's problematic. We need the residents to feel like they've been treated fairly. And so the takeaway, the neighbors would love, the neighbors would love to have a trench. It does involve significant engineering. I don't see any showstoppers, but frankly, we haven't done enough creek analysis to know. I think if there's a showstopper, it would be trying to avoid those creeks. But you know, working these challenges will require a lot of iterations, particularly the creek avoidance. And anyone who's doing this must have a strong desire to make the trench work and put in those iterations and work hard. Next slide.
Thanks, Keith. I think Larry's going to take this one. Larry, we can't hear you yet. I think you need to unmute yourself.
Okay. The heading on this is policymakers will need to advocate. We spoke about that last time we were before you, and I don't want to repeat it, but I do want to emphasize it, that council members, and I say council members in the plural, will really have to work as being advocates and being embedded almost in policy final decision makers. And that probably is Caltrain, but it could very well be other funding partners, whether that's the US government, the state of California's, or some new agency that has sufficient assets to fund the very, very large costs of grade separations. But I want to also emphasize an additional one, which we didn't mention and probably should, that it's not just working with the decision makers. It's going to require the council to work with our fellow cities up and down the peninsula, that we need partners. Because some of the issues will have to be made on an area-wide basis. The corridor study that will soon get underway is really designed to foster that type of approach. If the greater community, the peninsula, let's say, can get together on a number of projects, it'll look much more attractive, say, to the federal government to fund it, rather than one particular grade separation in one particular community. Also, when we're talking about some of these technical details, such as the vertical curve that you're about to hear about, and also the 4-track issue, and also the degree of grade that will be allowed, our fellow cities really have the same interest that we do. But we all know that from time to time, cities do not get themselves organized and cooperate with each other. But I think in this one, the scale of money that's at issue really requires cities to work together to say that, for example, that the grade separation rule should be relaxed so that we can have some of these designs that we've been talking about come to pass and not have to spend unnecessary millions of dollars. So this slide really is a plea to all of you to become both advocates to the funding decision makers, but also to reach out to our sister cities up and down the peninsula, have them all be partners in trying to get these changes in these details. They're very expensive details that will be required to get these projects done on a cost-effective basis. The other construction method I should have mentioned is the Jackbox one, and there may be others. It's been sort of disappointing so far to, on the one hand, look at how this is being used in New York, and then now in Florida, and also in Europe, and have AECOM say, not going to work. They don't seem, frankly, as interested as I would like them to be. And it may not work. That's not my area of expertise or anybody on the XCAP. But since it is working in diverse places, we'd like to see it get a closer look, and the city of Palo Alto will be much more effective in having that closer look take place if we're partnering with Mountain View, Menlo Park, so on and so forth. So this is a plea to those of you on the council, people who will succeed you in the future, because this is going to take place over a long period of time, to really become involved on a personal basis with our fellow cities and also with the ultimate decision makers. Back to you, Nadia.
Thank you. Keith, I think you're going to do this.
Yeah, I'm back up. Okay.
Definitely not me.
Vertical grade.
I just wanted to say for the policymakers, we're going to do a kind of a little bit of a math lesson so that you can be better advocates. You have to understand what you're going to be talking about. So Keith, now you can go for it.
Okay, so we're going to talk first about vertical grade. And we talked earlier about the 1% is standard and 2%. The trench, viaduct, and hybrid in South Palo Alto, they all change elevation. And the faster slope you can go, the shorter your viaduct or your trench would be. So, Caltrain controls that, and we want to reduce our construction time and costs and shrink everything. Caltrain's preferred maximum grade is 1%, but projects can request design exceptions up to 2%. And design exceptions sound kind of scary. It sounds like we're asking for something very special, but it's a fairly routine thing. So the bottom line is that the higher slope you can do, the faster you can change elevation, which shrinks everything and saves money. So as a result, we need to advocate for larger grades. Okay, and here it shows the 4 options in red all require a design exception. But the important point is in the takeaway box is, Caltrain is reevaluating its design standards, and we need to be involved in that discussion. Okay, next slide. Okay, now let's talk about vertical curves. The previous time we were talking about the grade, and there's just the slope. But if you're changing between 2 slopes, you can't do that instantly. So Caltrain requires that you have this gentle curve that transitions from one slope to the next. And the shorter that curve, the faster it allows you to change elevations. But it also adds more load on the train, so there's a trade-off. And so Caltrain historically has had a very large, gentle curve. If we can convince them to shorten that, if they can look at their engineering and make sure that the tracks and the trains can handle it, that can save us a lot of money. And also things like the trench, it potentially allows you to avoid creeks that you couldn't. Whereas something like viaduct, you just purely, it's a cost issue. So, okay, when we go back one more. Okay, the point I want to make is, the maximum grade gets suppressed, but actually vertical curves are more important. That if you're talking about what's limiting the size of your viaduct, the length of your viaduct, it's going to be much more on the curve as opposed to the actual maximum slope. So even though this is less talked about, this is actually more important. And so we need to look not only at grade, but also the vertical curve. Okay, next slide. Okay, and this one has a lot of detail. I won't go all the detail, but the point of it is that the allowable vertical curve is affected by both weight and speed. So a heavier train has to have a longer curve, and a faster train must have a longer curve. Okay, next slide. And the reason that's important is that our tracks are used by both freight and passenger trains. And as a result, we have to satisfy both of those. And that means that we have to have the vertical curve is the longer, the more gentle of the passenger vertical curve and the freight vertical curve. And it turns out right now that the freight vertical curve is much more limiting. And so this, on the upper right here, Phil Burton did the calculations for us. Thank you, Phil. Okay, and so if you look at the upper right, the passenger, if you're trying to now just change, let's suppose you're going from 0% grade up to 1%. How long does that transition take? And even a fast 110 mile per hour train, it can go in 289. But a 50 mile per hour freight train, since it's a heavier vehicle, has to do it in over 500. And so that means that we're going to be, all of our vertical curves are going to be twice as long as they would if we just had a passenger only track. But if instead we lower the speeds from 50 miles per hour down to 35, you can see now that that freight distance shrinks from 538 down to 263. And so what this comes down to is we really need to be involved with Caltrain to reduce freight speed. That's going to shorten our construction areas and save us money and construction time. Okay, so in summary, construction size and cost is reduced by shortening the length of whatever you're building. And that can be accomplished by increasing the allowable grade, shortening the vertical curves, or also reducing train speed. And we have to look at all those, and we need to work with Caltrain to improve all these requirements. It's just not a one-trick pony of allowable grade. We have to look at the whole big picture.
Thanks, Keith. So I'm going to let Phil is going to explain the jacked box construction. I did want to insert one comment that I realized we probably should have put on the slides. These things about vertical grades and vertical curves are, Caltrain gave AECOM what they have to work with. So it's not that AECOM, could have changed these on their own. This really does take top-down advocacy, and that's why we really are trying to make sure that the electeds understand what you're asking for so that you can understand where to apply pressure going forward. So Phil, are you unmuted?
I'm unmuted, but if the moderator can start my video, I'd appreciate that.
I'm going to control the presentation from here, Phil, so you can just speak to the slides. Can you see the slides?
All right, okay. Yeah, okay. So let me start out by saying that this is a very geeky topic that normally we wouldn't be talking about construction techniques, except that in this particular case, we're talking about a construction technique that, if it's successful, will significantly reduce the time, construction time, and construction cost of the underpass alternative, and might change the balance in favor of the underpass as opposed to some of the other alternatives. So I'd like to start out by saying the jack box technique is not that well known in the United States, but the company in Italy that invented this in 1978, they claim over 1,500 jackbox projects worldwide. And there are other construction companies that you can find on the web that also claim significant practice with jackbox. And jackbox is used all over the world right now. So what we're talking about with a jackbox is a pre-assembled, precast concrete, reinforced concrete box that frames the underpass and will also carry the actual bridge that carries the tracks over the underpass. Now, what's really important is that if you can use a jackbox technique, because of the way jackbox is done, you can eliminate shoe fly tracks. And that alone is a significant cost and time savings, and would eliminate the impact on Alma Street during construction. Can we go to the next slide, please? Mm-hmm. So what I'd like to do is show you a video.
Sorry about that.
Yeah. I'd like to show you a video that shows a jackbox construction on the Long Island Railroad, which was the first major U.S. use of this technique. The Long Island Railroad is the country's largest commuter rail system and carries, I think, almost 3 times the daily volume carried, or 4 times rather, the daily volume carried by Caltrain. Can I go back to the slides, please, so I can click on the link?
Hold on, Phil, hold on 1 second. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, perfect. Sorry, I'm just trying to actually get because I'm in presenting mode, it's not letting me copy the address.
Right, and not at some point, I'm going to want to pause or ask you to pause the video so I can make some comments.
Okay, if you want to share your screen and do it, that'd be fine.
Hold on a second. Let me do that. Give me just a minute to do all that.
Or I could do it and you just tell me when to stop. Is that easy?
All right, why don't we do that? That'd be a lot faster.
Yep. Hold on one sec. You can keep
Thank
talking
you,
about the
moderator,
box
for
in the meantime.
enabling.
Hold on. Sorry, it's giving me an error message. Give me one sec. I wish we had hold music here. Phil, do you want to talk about the box some more, the video, and prep the video that we're about to see?
Sure. Yeah, the video shows a time lapse of the actual Jack box. What you have to appreciate when you see the video is that all this work was done from Friday night to Sunday morning. No need to shut the railroad down beyond that one weekend. And in particular, no weekday rush hour service was impacted. So Nadia, I'm going to try to bring up my copy of the video.
Great, because my link.
Just
my apologies.
Yeah, well, c'est la guerre. Okay, now give me a second and see if I can share. Oh, come on, Philip.
Share is in the middle of the bottom of your Zoom screen. If that helps you.
Yeah, well, oh, there it is. Sorry about that.
Sorry, everybody. It's hard for us. We can't practice this ahead of time. So thank you for your patience.
And I think many of us have seen it. If we can't get it going quickly, maybe we could even come back after public comment. But
yeah, okay. So I've got it now. Okay.
Okay.
So just give me a second to page through to the right screen, right slide.
Oh, you know what? The link in my presentation is not working unless you have a different one. Phil, why don't we, if you're going to grab it from the presentation, it's not going to work because mine's not working either from the presentation. So why don't we,
Really?
Oh, you have a different link. Go for it. You got a better one.
Oh, man.
The risk of stepping into it, I could play it.
Thank you.
Let me do it. Let me see if I can do it.
Okay, good. Okay, good. Let's go.
All right, now someone else is sharing. Do you have it?
Yep, he's got it.
All right, there you go.
We don't have the sound.
It's okay.
Okay, well, the sound is not critical, but can you stop now?
I don't have control. I don't know who does.
Okay, if you notice in the middle of the slide, you see these hydraulic jacks. This is what's meant by the Jack box. So you have this big structure, this frame that's pushed into place from the street off to the side of the tracks to directly under the tracks. And that's what the Jack box means. So can we continue, please?
I think it's phenomenal. On Long Island, we rely on the Long Island Railroad to get back and forth either to the East End or going west to New York City.
New infrastructure here that supports the local community, supports Long Island. That is the future of Long Island Railroad. We are a major part of making Long Island Railroad and Long Island successful.
Again, all just one weekend. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Now I'll go back to the slides.
Great.
Okay, so The issue for us here is that as part of the overall problem that the underpass was not studied sufficiently, which we've heard about, AECom basically didn't provide any feedback to us about the jack box design at all. So we need you to advocate for this to be considered by Caltrain as a way to save us and probably a lot of the other cities a lot of time and money. Okay, that's the end of my presentation.
Thanks for that, Phil. So I'll pick it up from here. So this is just another summary slide, but again, now that you've heard the technical lecture, you can appreciate that we are, if we can move some of these numbers in either direction, some of the alternatives start to come closer together. And so if you're able to drop the cost of an underpass or a viaduct because you've looked at the vertical curve issues or because of some of the grade issues, or even some of the construction methods, then what seems like sort of clear-cut answers that you might have now would change. Keith, do you want to speak briefly about the geotechnical stuff?
Yeah, I can. I mean, we're building all this stuff on ground or underground, and we really don't know what's there right now. We have an idea, but really what we need to do is take soil samples and look at the strength and viscosity of the soil, and also look at the groundwater and take a better survey. And we want to find that out before we start construction, because if we plan something and then take the survey, we may find out we spent a lot of money designing something that doesn't work for the ground that we have.
Great, thank you. Okay, so our recommended actions for South Palo Alto, this is a repeat slide from the last time. As we talked about, you had the XCAP used some council criteria that had not been updated since September of 2017. And so in XCAP's report, we recommended that you review the following guiding documents and really update some of the conflicting goals that exist in some of these documents and think about these going forward. And we recommended outreach specifically to the school district and different other committees related to safe routes to schools and the bicycle community. And I did want to highlight the word formalizing. I think one thing I came to appreciate in as an advocate working with City Council is that City Council has its own cadence and its own rhythm. So if you're someone who has to get a project through the City of Palo Alto, you might have a first meeting with City Council and your project might then go to ARB and PTC and all the different committees that we have before decisions are made. And Palo Alto Unified School District essentially has similar things. They have their own cadence and lots of different specific committees that do different things. And in the discussions I had with other advocates, there has never really been anybody who's written down exactly what the process is on the Palo Alto Unified side of the equation to understand how to get things through their various committees and get useful feedback. And so where in the past, council has given direction to staff to kind of work with the school district, what I've seen happen is that oftentimes they'll get agendized on a meeting and they're given 15 minutes to review, for example, the 9 XCAP alternatives, which really isn't enough time to get the kind of feedback that they need. So they're able to go to a meeting, but they're not necessarily getting the quality stuff that we need. So the recommendation is that we really work with the Unified School District to think about, let them tell us what are the right committees, what is the right order, and what is the best way to get the kind of detail and substance that we need, because it's not just about having outreach with them, but really getting them to have impact on the design alternatives and the iterations of the designs as they move forward. So again, last time we highlighted some interim technical work that could be done while we're figuring out what Caltrain is going to be doing with some of its key decisions. And so we're recommending further iteration of the underpass alternative. We spoke last time about the additional bike pedestrian crossings at Seal and at Loma Verde that would help serve as mitigations to eventual construction, because they would provide new bike ped crossings that folks could use while these major intersections were under construction. We talked about geotechnical and groundwater, traffic mitigations and an updated traffic study, a noise and vibration addendum, which is really just more clarification for who's impacted by sound where. And then the suggestion to use an urban designer to improve the bike experience on all of the alternatives that we have. And so the city could choose to keep working on these while we're still fighting about the vertical curve and the vertical grade on some of these things. I'm not going to read the next few slides, but I did want to put it out there for the public to really appreciate the level of work that XCAP did. We did not simply say, we can't agree and we moved on. We really actually spent time going through each of the alternatives and coming up with very detailed technical descriptions of what potential improvements there could be for each of the designs. So if the city chooses to go ahead with any one of these, they have sort of a list of the suggestions of how they could be improved and questions that we would have. So we have one for the viaduct, we have one for the hybrid, and some of them include things that are, visually what they might look like. Some of them are improving the bike ped experience, but they're all sorts of things. The trench has the most recommendations. In fact, it has an entire dedicated chapter in the appendix I would recommend looking at. Keith has done a lot of analyzing of that and has really put a lot of work in there that I would recommend people take a look at if they're interested. And of course, the underpass, we've made our recommendations here, but really it's going to benefit the most when we can go back to having in-person meetings, hopefully, and sitting around a table and brainstorming and doing the kind of work that's necessary to get to the right design. I have no doubt that the people in Palo Alto will continue to shine and come up with these great ideas and help improve it. So this slide did change slightly from the version I did send out, mostly because I added the section about things that the city does control right now that don't require funding, as opposed to those that do, since I know times are tough right now. Clearly, engagement with Menlo Park and Caltrain is something that can continue. And then working on the formalized outreach with PAUSD and potentially even Stanford. And then the right side is sort of the to-do for the electeds that that Larry Klein mentioned, which is the kinds of things that are really going to require active advocacy. And that means writing letters, going to Sacramento, talking to our lobbyists, talking to other cities when you're at the Creek Committee or at the different groups that you guys are all part of. Whatever we can do to kind of get everybody singing from the same songbook on this is going to help. And as Keith mentioned, this vertical curve and vertical grade things, they impact all of the alternatives. This would help Redwood City. This would help Burlingame. It helps a lot of the cities that are working on grade separations. And so, whereas previously, I think maybe other cities were not so interested in the kinds of things Palo Alto was concerned about, now everybody's in a part of their design process where they really appreciate how these details make a big difference, especially now that they have a sense of how much this is going to cost. And finally, I just wanted to recap our recommendations for Churchill. We didn't focus on this based on council's comments from the last time, but I'm certainly able to answer questions or talk about these if need be. We voted 6-3 to recommend the closure of Churchill, and we voted 7-0 with 2 abstentions for the additional mitigations beyond what AECOM had proposed that should go with that closure. They go hand in hand. And we also preferred bike pedestrian option 2 with the suggestions that were made. With that, I won't read this again, but again, it's a summary of what we just said. I did want to focus, one last thing is, in our previous presentation, I had talked about the San Francisco Creek Bridge and the fact that Caltrain paperwork seemed to indicate that they were moving forward with some design alternatives. I did talk to Caltrain since then, and maybe, I don't know if staff has had an update from them yet or not. I know that that was going to be happening soon. But what they did explain is that it seems some folks in their planning department who are actually no longer there got a little ahead of themselves on that bridge because they didn't recognize how close it was to Palo Alto Avenue's grade separation and how it was part of a much larger conversation. So Caltrain is refocusing their efforts on actually trying to understand whether the bridge is unsafe with a capital U, meaning it's pretty imminent and we'd need to do something, or whether, yes, it's old, but it's actually in good condition, which is totally possible. And they expect to do that, to start that study sometime in their upcoming new fiscal year, which starts in, I think, June. So, so expect that there will be some better understanding there. Obviously, if it comes back that the bridge, is imminently unsafe, then that might really trigger some differences in terms of the timelines for our planning process. But hopefully, if it's something that needs to be replaced, but there's definitely time available, then we'll have the time that we'd probably like to take to be able to do the downtown coordinated area plan and the planning process for Palo Alto Avenue. So I just wanted to give that update. I don't know if staff has anything else to add afterwards. And again, I won't repeat these. This is the same thing. We recommended tunnels are not for further study. We are recommending formalized outreach and just a summary of what I just said. And with that, we are available to answer any questions.
Great, thank you. I'm going to suggest we hear from the public and then we'll come back for a conversation. Council members, I think just like in chambers, if you need to individually take a break, go ahead, but let's just kind of power on. So Beth, if you want to go to the public, that'd be great.
Sure, Mayor Du Bois. Any members of the public that wish to speak on this item on Caltrain, the upgrades, please raise your hand at this time. We'll take speakers for another 4 minutes. At this time, we have Barbara Hazlett to be followed by Carrie Wagner and then Arnaud Bolins. Barbara, go ahead. You have 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes,
There's an echo behind you.
Well, I don't know why.
If you have your TV or some other.
Sorry.
Do you have a TV on?
Hang on a second. Honey, can you turn the TV off? Turn the TV off. Turn it off. Is that better?
Could be your volume too.
Sorry, you guys. Is that better? Is it better?
Go ahead
Sorry,
and try.
Yeah.
Okay, well, anyway, good evening. My name is Barbara Hazlett. I'm a 41-year homeowner on Emerson Street in Professorville. The connecting Palo Alto grade separation issue is one of the most transformative and potentially destructive matters for this town and the peninsula. Speaking specifically about a potential Churchill closure, one neighborhood's gain should not come from another's loss. Professorville and Embarcadero neighbors are very concerned that proposed traffic mitigation plans, should Churchill be closed, while not resulting in above board eminent domain, will nevertheless have the impact of a significant illegal taking. Such examples include possible elimination of street parking, restricted access to one's property and driveway, serious increase in traffic and air and noise and pollution, hazardous safety issues in general, a material impact to the quality of these neighborhoods. I want to specifically emphasize the phrase illegal takings for the attention of the city's general counsel. Leaving Churchill the way it is and building an underpass for pets and bicyclists makes the most sense. Nobody loses their homes, hundreds of millions of dollars are saved, the kids have a safe way to get to school, and the drivers who can't tolerate the new wait times will find an alternate route. More robust signage and technical advancements in signaling can be installed at the tracks. Please consider leaving Churchill open at grade. It will function as it always has, as an important east and west conduit. This solution makes the most sense for my stated reasons and provides the greatest equity across the neighborhoods and the greatest safety and connectivity, which ultimately are the goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara.
If I could just jump in a second, we have a lot of speakers tonight and everyone will get 2 minutes. But if somebody speaks before you and makes the point that you were going to make, I know council will be very grateful if you just say, I want to make the same point that Anna made and save us some time. Just want to throw that out. Thanks.
Our next speaker is Carrie Wagner, to be followed by Arnaud Bolins and then Young Ye O. Carrie, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, thank you. First, I'd like to thank XCAP for all of the work they've done on this. I've been to a few of the meetings. There's a tremendous amount of data they've had to sift through, and I really appreciate it. And I'd also like to thank XCAP and the council for their attention to bike safety issues with these underpasses, and especially I'd like to thank Pat Burt for calling for more pedestrian bike crossings, and especially pointing out the fact that we really do need one in South Palo Alto. Okay, so about the options for Charleston and Meadow. I live in Charleston Meadows, just down the street from Keith, and very few people, I don't think anybody in our neighborhood wants the viaduct. It is going to divide our city, literally. There will be this raised train through the middle of Palo Alto. I can't even describe what that will do to our city. And then I'd also like to put in a plug for, we have a few options that will not require eminent domain, and I think we really want to avoid those if we can. We really want to avoid taking anyone's property. And then finally, with respect to the earlier speaker who was commenting on the diesel generator for the pump station, he was worried about that being behind his house. We should be able to mitigate that. I see no reason why that has to be one of our neighbors' problems. And I wish we could get more creative, like with Larry's, what Larry showed with the box construction. This is something we're going to have to live with for a very long time. I think we really need to look at all the options. And thank you so much for all your work.
Thank you, Carrie. Our next speakers are No Bolins, to be followed like Young Ye O, and then Carlin Otto. We will no longer be taking any speaker at this point, and the last speaker will be Karen C. Arno, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Dear City Council members and Mayor Du Bois, I'm Arnoud Boelens. I am the Safe Routes to School engineering lead, but tonight I'm speaking as an individual. From a pedestrian and bicycle perspective, none of the current designs at Charleston Meadow are able to sufficiently protect our most vulnerable road users. I would therefore like to urge City Council to further study the grade separation options at Charleston and Meadow, and to involve all the relevant stakeholders in this process. To make bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure safe to use for all users of all ages and abilities, designs need to allow vulnerable road users to make mistakes without serious consequences. In addition to promote bicycle riding and walking in Palo Alto, the grade separation project should be used as an opportunity to upgrade the existing bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure and build routes that are cohesive, direct, comfortable, and attractive. This will help the city to achieve the ambitious goals of the Sustainability and Climate Action Plan, as well, and as an added benefit, it helps to reduce traffic congestion by offering a viable alternative to driving. In Charleston Meadow, none of the current designs are able to sufficiently protect our students. Designs that leave the current traffic patterns in place, the trench, viaduct, and the hybrid designs also leave the current flawed infrastructure designs for bicyclists and pedestrians. These designs should be brought up to date using the latest NACTA design guidelines for protected intersections and traffic signal phasing. The current iteration of the underpass design, on the other hand, falls short due to the unresolved problems with short corners and very indirect routes to reach the underpass. To summarize, I would like to urge you to further study these crossings to make sure they are safe, cohesive, direct, comfortable, and attractive for pedestrians and bicyclists. For any future steps, please make sure there is active participation of all relevant stakeholders, including PAUSD, Safe Routes to School, and Payback. Thank you for considering my comments.
Thank you, Arno. Our next speaker is Young J O, to be followed by Carlin Otto, and then Mohammed Hadidi. Young, go ahead. You have 2 minutes. Young, you need to unmute from your end. There
Thank you,
go. You
Beth.
have 2 minutes.
I would like to yield my time to Mohammed Hadidi. Would that be okay?
No, not at this time.
Okay, if it is not possible, I will not speak.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Carlin Otto, to be followed by Mohammed Hadidi, and then Carrie Yarkin. Carlin, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
I wrote to the city council and asked you to please tonight remove the viaduct and the hybrid. Both are elevated solutions that I think they degrade Palo Alto. They are not improvements. They don't really do anything to make our city better. I would like to, I gave you a number of reasons, but I'd like to speak specifically right now to the noise issue. And the reason I'm speaking about that is because people keep giving you wrong information. The technical man who gave you information about noise only spoke about the level of noise, and he only compared it to 2 rows. That means essentially 2 houses away from the tracks. If you elevate your train high up above the roofs, this noise will expand much further beyond 2 rows. It will go up to 20 rows, in fact. It will extend almost to halfway through Charleston Meadows and halfway through Green Meadows. It will affect 20 times more people than it currently affects. So I'm not talking about the sound noise, the level of it. I'm talking about how many people are going to hear the train if you elevate it. And this, you will then cause our city for at least 100 years to be hearing that noise all over the city. And that's the point I'd like to make about the noise issue. There are many other issues that I spoke to in my letter. They have to do with the divisiveness, the ugliness, the dirt, the litter, the wasted ground, etc. I'm just asking you, please remove both elevated solutions. They aren't serving Palo Alto well.
Thank you, Carlin. Our next speaker is Mohammed Hadidi, to be followed by Carrie Yerkin, and then Deborah Jew. Mohammed, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so honorable members of the City Council, I would like once more to voice my strong support for the XCAB's recommendation to close Schercher. While 3 out of the 9 XCAB members voted against closure, all 3 made negative remarks about the current version of the underpass when they cast their votes. Even the originator of the partial underpass concept, Michael Price, said during the last meeting that AECOM engineers tried in effect to sabotage his idea by fleshing it out to look more like a freeway, thereby setting it up for rejection. The implication, of course, is that even he is unhappy with his own concept after it had been worked out to meet safety and other requirements. We all should recognize the plainly obvious, namely that the partial underpass in its current form is unacceptable, even to its originator and many of its proponents, and may not even be feasible if the Caltrain right-of-way issue is not resolved. I would also like to point out that the criterion of maintaining connectivity was always meant to be soft, not a hard constraint. Otherwise, the City Council logically would not have included Schercher closure as a serious alternative for XCAB to consider. Another objection cited by opponents of the closure is that it exports traffic to other intersections and is therefore not equitable. This seriously mischaracterizes the situation. The stark choice here is between 2 alternatives. Number 1, inflicting a concrete monstrosity on the neighborhood, which will indelibly change its character for the worse. And number 2, a potential minor increase in traffic at some intersections and a slight inconvenience for some Southgate residents. Please also keep in mind that more than 500 Palo Alto residents signed a petition supporting Schercher closure, which was submitted to the preceding council. In conclusion, it is a fair assessment that Palo Alto is divided on this issue. It's up to the City Council to make a decision that builds on more than 2 years of painstaking XCAB work and preserves or enhances the character of our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohammed. Our next speaker is Carrie Yerkin, to be followed by Deborah Yu and Keith Bennett. Carrie, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, City Council. I sent you a letter about
Churchill in your last XCAP study session. And I just would like to say that if you talk about Churchill closure, you should refer to it as Churchill closure plus mitigations. And tonight I followed your discussion on East Meadow and Charleston, which went into detail. And I think that you have not done that with the Churchill closure plus mitigations. We sat through almost 2 years of meetings and traffic studies and hundreds of hours of studying the 5 key reasons for the decision to support Churchill closure plus mitigations. I think you need to do a deep dive into those traffic studies. I also just want to bring up one thing that has really hit hard to me is the suicides that have happened. And there was a suicide in January, the first one of this year, and it was at Churchill. And it was very close to the intersection. And I saw the 16 vans from San Mateo County and Caltrains. They blocked off the whole intersection. Now, it happened around 3:20 in the afternoon. If we were not in COVID times, there would have been hundreds of kids who would not have been able to get home that way by Churchill. They would have all had to go by Alma. And on the other side, Embarcadero. So I think that you were lucky that it didn't happen during a regular school day, because I'm sure hundreds of Pali parents would have heard it, seen it, and been up in arms that you have not made this intersection safe for bicyclists and pedestrians to cross every day on their way to school. There are over 800 bicycle and pedestrians passing that way every day. I think you need to get it to become more safe. That should be your number one concern. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie. Our next speaker is Deborah Dew, to be followed by Keith Bennett, and then Cedric de la Bougedière. Deborah, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, hi.
Hi.
I'm Deborah Jew, and I've lived in the Charleston Meadows neighborhood for 35 years. I urge you to eliminate the raised options from your consideration and to approve the trench option. Our neighborhood's been engaged in this process from the beginning. The overwhelming majority of residents in Charleston Meadows oppose a raised option. We submitted a petition early in the process with 600 signatures in support of the trench or tunnel option. And that opposition the opposition to any raised options has not waned. Neighbors have submitted letters and spoken at every stage in the process. The consultant's report gave an unreasonably high cost estimate for the trench option, and I'm so grateful to the XCAP members who pushed beyond the consultant's report by looking at comparable projects that had much lower costs and looking at ways that it could be tweaked. I think understanding how important this is for South Palo Alto. One point I want to stress is that there has not been an adequate noise analysis. The consultants only addressed the noise level for the first 2 rows of houses closest to the tracks. I think the report was assuming, it did say so actually, that second-story homes would buffer noise beyond the second row of houses. But their analysis is wrong. If they visited the neighborhood, they would have seen that we have a 1-story overlay over almost all of the neighborhood. There are very few 2-story homes, none located where they would buffer noise for the affected area. So that analysis is just sloppy and inaccurate. I live in one of the few 2-story homes in the neighborhood. I'm about 2.5 blocks down from the tracks. The train noise is much louder when we're on the 2nd story where there's nothing to buffer than it is downstairs. An elevated train would affect all of the homes in the neighborhood in this fashion. There'd be nothing to buffer noise if it were coming from higher up. Unlike when it comes from the ground level, there are buildings and fences that block the noise somewhat.
Deborah, your time is up.
Concrete viaducts and overpasses are just ugly, and they're not compatible with residential neighborhoods in a green community. So
Deborah, your time is up.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Keith Bennett, to be followed by Cedric and then Rebecca Eisenberg. Keith, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Keith Bennett. I'm with Save Palo Alto's Groundwater and a resident of Palo Alto. Thank you so much, EPCAP, for explicitly considering groundwater impacts both during and after construction of the trench. I can appreciate the benefits of a trench. However, remember, unless mitigated by design, a trench will permanently block groundwater flows. And it's flows of groundwater that are storm drain in Palo Alto. Please, actually I should say stormwater management. So please explicitly add evaluation and mitigation of groundwater flow blockage to work item C in your proposal. Also, I'd like to request analysis of the greenhouse gas emissions of concrete and evaluation of the various design alternatives. In particular, for a trench, a lot of concrete is needed to counteract the buoyancy of water required. But other approaches also use a fair amount of concrete. This may be significant considering our SCAP goals. I'm just asking that it be carefully analyzed. Thank you.
Thank you, Keith. Our next speaker is Cedric de la Boujadière, to be followed by Rebecca Eisenberg and then Jenny Cornell. Cedric, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, thank you. I strongly support eliminating the tunnel options. They are way too expensive. I strongly support keeping the viaduct option. I believe it has the least impacts to traffic, bikes, pedestrians, and adjacent homes. The viaduct has the least construction impacts and shortest timeline. Keep in mind that the viaduct option is 60 feet further from the homes on Park, and the space underneath is mostly open versus the hybrid option, which has walls just beyond the residents' back fences. The viaduct is only 5 feet taller than the hybrid. I'd suggest that the sides could have louvered grading to block sight lines down into people's properties if privacy from trains is a primary concern, but of course that would increase the visual impact of the structure itself. Contrary to what one of the prior speakers has said, the viaduct will not divide the city. If anything, it is the only option which allows passage from one side of the tracks to the other outside of intersections, and the space below can be used for bike and ped paths and vegetation. While sound from an elevated train can travel twice as far from those at grade, appropriate sound barriers can easily reduce the volume by half or more. I oppose the current trench option primarily due to its severe impacts on 3 of the 4 Palo Alto creeks. Forcing the creeks through tunnels and pumps would drastically be detrimental to their ecosystem health. As a daily train rider, traveling in a trench is less pleasant than at or above grade. The underpass option, the 2-lane roundabout and constraining bikes to the north side of the road are both bad for bicycling safety. I would urge you to have greater and deeper engagement with the city's Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee before you choose an option, because their input would be key to choosing the best option. And finally, on the Churchill closer, option 2 is the best, crossing both Alma and the tracks for safety and convenience. That my time is up. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cedric. Our next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg, to be followed by Jenny Cornell, and then phone caller with the last 3 digits of 768. Rebecca, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. There's a deep and problematic misunderstanding about viaducts here in this community. This is in part due to the poor job of AECOM in showing exactly what viaducts look like. This is what I was referring to earlier in the meeting. To those who think that viaducts are ugly, Google them. To those who think that viaducts divide the neighborhood, as Cedric said before me, they actually connect the neighborhood. Specifically, all those roads that dead end on Alma and the railroad now, with a viaduct, they won't have to dead end anymore. They can go through. And instead of all the traffic jamming up at Charleston and San Antonio and Churchill and Embarcadero. Imagine if traffic could be spread out over numerous streets. Even better, we could actually reserve many of those streets for only pedestrians and bicyclists rather than car traffic. In other words, we can have as much as 10 times as many roads open for cars while also having half as many as that open for bikes and pedestrians. The point of this project, the reason we are here today is for safety, because more trains are coming and trains are going to be coming faster. The only option on the table right now that actually improves safety for everyone is the viaduct. The viaduct will make life much more safe for pedestrians, for bikers, and for drivers. It will make the world safer. It'll make it harder for high school students to commit suicide. The trench is like basically an open invitation, and I'm afraid of people pushing others down there. Please, no trench. It's horrifying. The viaduct is also the only option that protects the environment. And finally, it's the only one where no one's homes will be destroyed. Viaduct, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. Our next speaker is Jenny Cornell, to be followed by phone caller with the last 3 digits of 768, and then Michael Wessel. Jenny, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Beth. This has been very interesting and informative to me. I've been following this issue with great interest. So I just want to say very quickly, I'm not going to take much of your time. I wanted to echo so many people who talked about the closure of Churchill Avenue, in that I think that this is just a really, really, really bad idea. Whatever's going to happen with that really should not be happening. I've gone through that area a great deal, and I just think that anything that can avoid that is going to be a good thing for Palo Alto. I also want to find out more about the trench versus viaduct concept here, because of all of the stuff that's flown around now, and so there's so much, I guess, for me to learn. But anyway, my main thing was I wanted to echo Barbara and Mohammed and Carrie and Deborah, in talking about, Deborah talking about the noise problems, because we really don't know enough about the noise problems yet. And I just don't know what the noise impact is going to be on us down here in Charleston Meadows. So anyway, that's all I have now. I'm going to yield back my time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is phone caller 768, to be followed by Michael Wessel and then David Herzl. Phone caller, go ahead. There you
Hello.
go.
Hi, my name is Maya McDonald, and I would like to request that the council please focus on keeping the rail line at or below its current height. The options that support that are trench and underpass. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michael Wessel, to be followed by David Herzl and then Stephen Rosenblum. Michael, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening to the City Council, and many thanks to XCAP for a tremendous amount of work. In its current form, I oppose the Charleston Meadow underpass and roundabout option. First, the plan requires acquisition of eminent domain. This includes 3 family homes for the Charleston roundabout and an apartment complex to facilitate the right turn from Meadow onto Alma. The 3D renderings do not show the full impact on these homes. Second, this very large roundabout would also be in direct vicinity of the Hoover Elementary School and the Stevenson's retirement home. No matter how clever the yet-to-be-designed accommodations for pedestrians, school children, and retirees will turn out, it will be less safe and more noisy given the increased volume and faster traffic. Car traffic noise will be increased significantly in the roundabout neighborhood. Third, the idea that impacted homeowners will get a fair compensation price is flawed. There is no affordable housing in Palo Alto. These families will effectively be forced out of Palo Alto. Hence, I support in this order, first the trench, then the hybrid. I like to note that the city of Hamburg in Germany built an entire subway line largely underwater in the harbor terrain over 1 mile for 200 million euros. In comparison, I cannot appreciate nor comprehend how one little creek presents such a costly engineering obstacle. I urge you to re-evaluate the trench option and prioritize family homes over hypothetical fish in mostly dry concrete creeks. The underpass and roundabout option will turn a peaceful and safe residential neighborhood into a less safe, much more noisy and industrial-looking neighborhood with all its consequences. This is a clear no to the underpass and roundabout option. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Our next speaker is David Herzl, to be followed by Stephen Rosenblum, and then Karen Kalinsky. David, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, City Council. Thank you for letting me speak tonight. I'm a long-time Palo Alto resident for about 40 years, and my house is adjacent to the tracks between Charleston and East Meadow. I'd like the council to eliminate the above-ground options, which are the viaduct and the hybrid. I've been following this for many years, I think all the way back to 2010, and I've only heard from people consensus that they do not want raised options. The visual effects is the main reason, and I do feel that it's going to separate Palo Alto more. And I am a believer that the noise will travel further and it'll affect more residents. I do want to remind you that there was a petition that was signed by about 500 residents and stating that they don't want raised options or eminent domain. I think the city needs to, listen to the residents. I do want to thank Keith for bringing up the points about the engineering possibilities of the trench. For me, I believe the trench is the best alternative. However, I'd like to see some engineering changes done. I'd like to I like the idea of using struts on the top of the middle section instead of the anchors. And I think that can be a good option if it's looked at more. I think it was sold to us as a bad option in the past, and I was very happy to see that somebody came up with and said it can be a good option. I did send a message a long time ago to a council member about the trench, and I said the trench may be a hard option, but I believe that is the best option, and the city should put forth the effort to make it a true option. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David. Our next speaker is Stephen Rosenblum, to be followed by Karen Kalinsky and then Ellen Hartog. Stephen, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, council members, and thank you to the XCAP for all the work they've done. I'm a resident of Old Palo Alto, and I live 1 block from the train tracks. So I'm not subjected to the largest amount of noise, but I do hear the train, and the horns are the biggest issue. My approach to the problem has been for the last 10 years of connectivity and equity. So I want a solution that's equitable to all of Palo Alto and not just responsive to the needs of one neighborhood or one street. And the other is connectivity. As people have pointed out, particularly Cedric De La Bourgeois and Rebecca Eisenberg, a viaduct allows people to cross the tracks at multiple points. It's not a block, whereas a trench is a block. You can't cross a trench anywhere except at the streets that cross it, whereas you can walk under a viaduct any place that you can, get your head under it. So that's a base falsehood about viaducts, that they actually bring the city together more than it is now. So I'm not going to repeat the points that they made because they're essentially the same as what I made. But I would like to answer one comment that Larry Klein made at the last meeting about closing Churchill being the cheapest option. That's an absolutely ridiculous remark, because closing all the crossings would be the cheapest option. If we closed Meadow and Charleston, that would also be cheaper than any of the things we're talking about. And of course, as people have pointed out, closing one of the crossings puts all the traffic on the other crossings, and that's not equitable. And so I would urge the council to look at equity and connectivity as the right solutions, and then the cost as the second issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stephen. And just a reminder to the public that we're no longer taking speakers. Our next speaker is Karen Kalinsky, to be followed by Ellen Hartog and then Sandeep Ball. Karen, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Karen Kalinsky, and I have lived on East Meadow Drive for the past 37 years. I would like to speak about the grade separation options for Meadow and Charleston. The XCAP report concluded that, quote, there was no clear winner and there was no enthusiasm for any particular option, close quote. I basically agree with this. However, the underpass option, which was proposed by a member of the public, has the clear advantage of separating bike and pedestrian traffic from car traffic at both Meadow and Charleston, and keeps traffic flowing with a roundabout. AECOM revised the proposal for Charleston to increase the roundabout to 2 lanes, and because Meadow is more narrow, to forego the roundabout altogether. AECOM based these decisions on its expertise in traffic and safety standards. While a roundabout may be conducive to traffic flow, I agree with the AECOM consultants that a Meadow Drive underpass without a roundabout makes more sense and is a much safer option for cars, cyclists, and pedestrians. If a roundabout were added to the Meadow design, it would likely have to be a 1-lane roundabout where bikes would have to merge with cars, which is similar to the roundabout at the intersection of East Meadow and Ross Road. Or there would have to be much more significant property acquisitions. Meadow Drive is a major route for school children biking and walking to Fairmeadow Elementary School, JLS Middle School, and Gunn High School. If the underpass option were to be selected for Meadow Drive, the current AECOM design would provide greater safety for all those who bike, walk, use wheelchairs, or push strollers across the intersection of Alma and Meadow. This would indeed be a step forward in connecting Palo Alto. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Our next speaker is Ellen Hartog, to be followed by Sandeep Ball and then James Silver. Ellen, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, honorable council members and XCAP, for all your work. After a long study of multiple solutions for Charleston and Meadow, there does not seem to be a clear solution. It has been stated by the neighborhood directly impacted Charleston Meadows, who bears both grade crossings, do not want any type of overhead solution for many good reasons we have heard, which I agree with. It has been stated also no eminent domain would happen at any crossing solution in Palo Alto. So trenching is by far the best and only solution. If any other option is built, it would surely be an impact for the worst, as pointed out by so many in so many different ways, need I repeat. So please choose the trench option for Charleston and Meadow. The trench pros and cons, as discussed, show it has the most benefit to Palo Alto than any other design. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellen. Our next speaker is Sandeep Ball, to be followed by James Silver and then Kershid Gandhi. Sandeep, go ahead. Sandeep, you need to, there you
Hello,
go.
can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
All right, thank you. My name is Sandeep Bal, and I've lived in the Charleston Meadows neighborhood for 25 years now. And like Deborah, we all took great pride in proposing options. The options that I strongly favored were the tunnel and the trench option, and now the tunnel option is off the table. I also favor the underground options because, as Deborah and Carlin mentioned, we have the noise issues that haven't been properly studied from the overhead option. So I won't repeat what they said, but I will speak about why I prefer the trench option over the underpass option. The trench option was also initially favored by XCAP, but because of the cost and engineering concerns, it was not, there were other options also on the table. And Keith did an excellent job of explaining that even for the trench option, there are other options that need to be considered. The underpass option is not going to be cheap either, and there'll be a lot of construction costs and eminent domain property acquisitions, as other people have mentioned. The underpass option, I also feel, is going to make our neighborhood look industrial, like Page Mill Road. Now, we're also thinking of adding 2 extra tracks. Now, if you have 4 tracks and Alma Crossing, that's going to be quite a tunnel and look very different from the AECOM drawing. The underpass option also restricts turns and will cause more neighborhood traffic. People who turn from Alma to Charleston will make their way up through Park and Wilkie, and also add to the already congested Charleston and El Camino intersection. Also, if you look at the roundabout, it has a very short merge, and cars are going to be very distracted trying to change their lanes in rush hour traffic and not be able to pay full attention to pedestrians and cyclists, leading to a safety issue. And finally, Palo Alto has put a lot of thought into making Charleston and restriping it to be a school corridor. The trench option will preserve all that thinking. And so please choose the trench option. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandeep. Our next speaker is James Silver, to be followed by Khurshid Gandhi and then Jeff Wolfeld. James, go ahead.
Hi, I'm a resident of South Palo Alto. I'd like to thank XCAP for their excellent presentation tonight. The way they covered the various options, I thought that was very well done. I'm speaking in favor of the lowered options at Charleston and Meadow intersections. As with so many others, I feel that the raised options will divide the community and create an unsightly, noisy blight on the city, and we should avoid those options if at all possible. I think the underpass is a particularly desirable option. It would look similar to the Oregon underpass, which is well hidden from the surrounding neighborhoods, since it leaves the trains essentially where it currently is and minimizes environmental impacts associated with creeks that cross the train route. It could easily accommodate the 4-track requirement should that be imposed. It improves traffic congestion and especially is desirable because it separates bikes and pedestrians from the train and from Alma. I think that City Council should definitely look at different options for the roundabout location and for the number of lanes in the roundabout. Another advantage to the underpass is that there's no change in the slope and it avoids those issues. I was also very excited to hear about the Jackbox technique. That sounds like it could save a significant amount of time and money for construction and reduce the cost of the underpass option. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you, James. Our next speaker is Khurshid Gandhi, to be followed by Jeff Wolfeld and then Stephen Carlson. Khurshid, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. Good evening and hello, and a huge thank you and kudos to the XCAP committee. I've sat through many of their meetings and I think they have done a really thorough job and also presented it in a way that was kind of easy to understand. I live in the Charleston Meadows neighborhood, and 3 years ago, as you've heard often enough now, we did have the petition, we signed it. We will prefer the underground options. Nothing has changed over there as far as the views of its residents go. I also echo the many who have mentioned that the trench option kind of has been presented by AECOM with a view to fail. And I appreciate all the work that XCAP and particularly Keith has done to show us otherwise. AECOM is awesome at building hybrids. I think it's built several of them up and down the peninsula, but I'm not sure they're the best for the Palo Alto neighborhood. I don't think they understand the values that we have and our preferences, or that they've looked hard enough to present options that might be viable. if our XCAP committee has been able to come up with the Jackbox and these other comparable cost and analysis for a trench, which are completely nowhere close to what AECOM presented, there's something wrong with that picture. I would certainly urge City Council to get some other independent options and estimates for the trench so that we can build it in a green way, so that we can build it without putting those screws into the neighbors' yards, so on and so forth. So I do urge you to look into that option more. I'm also against the underpass option for way too many reasons that I will not be able to say in the next 10 seconds. So that will be in an email to you, but please consider the trench option with independent eyes. Thank you.
Thank you, Khurshid. Our next speaker is Jeff Wolfeld, to be followed by Steve Carlson and then Renee Hofer. Jeff, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, thank you. My name is Jeff Wolfeld. I'm a resident of Charleston Meadows. And I really just want to point out, well, first of all, I wanted to really thank the XCAP committee, Nadia and Keith and Phil and all the other members. What a wonderful job they did. I think they deserve applause and will continue to. I just want to point out for the Charleston alternatives that the two raised solutions, both of them have, they're listed as, I think, 15 feet above ground and 20 feet above ground. But let's not forget that above that is another 30 feet of overhead catenary cabling and structure. So from a purely visual perspective, they go way up, and you're going to see the effects of that over the trees, over the houses. So for that reason, as well as many other reasons that have already been discussed that I won't go into, I would definitely prefer the below ground options for that intersection. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Our next speaker is Steve Carlson, to be followed by Renee Hofer and then Lisa Nissan. Steve, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. As an observer of the process, the XCAP members who voted to close Churchill, as well as others who you've heard tonight, tended to say that the traffic study shows that Churchill can be closed with mitigations which avoid creating traffic congestion for the community at large. I'd like to point the council members to detail in the Hexagon traffic report, which doesn't fully support that conclusion. Please reference the Hexagon report dated 8/13/20, Appendix A, Tables 4 and 5. These two tables contain important detail about all impacts on all intersections of closure with mitigations. Table 4 shows current pre-pandemic conditions, and Table 5 shows projecting conditions after closure of Churchill with mitigations based on 2030 projections. Comparing these two, El Camino and Embarcadero goes from a present day average delay of 64 to 75 seconds and barely manages to retain a level of service E. The larger impact is on El Camino in Oregon, which goes from an average delay of 70 to 92 seconds, and it deteriorates from level E to level F. You'll note footnotes in the table which call out the fact that this level F is substandard. The traffic consultants have been clear that this impact cannot be mitigated. So there is impact, even with very short-term 2030 projections. The report did not use Caltrain's traffic projections by 2040, or even look beyond, which many argue we must do for a long-term project such as this. But even with short-term projections, these intersections would have significant impacts, which would only grow over time. Council members, if you do more seriously consider the option of Churchill closure, please make sure to refer to these tables in Appendix A and fully understand the negative impacts on these two major intersections, which are important to many Palo Alto residents. And please carefully consider the broader risks of this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Our next speaker is Renee Hofer, to be followed by Lisa Nissim and then Inder Manga. Renee, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, my name is Renee Hofer, and my husband John and I support the trench option. We live on Park Boulevard, adjacent to the tracks, and we do not want any above grade option. And for the sake of time, I want to echo Deborah Jew, who gave a great presentation. Also Kershid, and I want to thank Keith, who also lives in our neighborhood, who's done, wow, a lot of work. And I agree with Kershid in that, I mean, the other guys did not present half the things that Keith did. And that's a big problem. Anyway, yeah, and thanks to the XCAP people. You're unbelievable, and we all appreciate you. Thanks, that's it.
Thank you, Renee. Our next speaker is Lisa Nissim, to be followed by Inder Munga and then Susan Newman. Lisa, go ahead.
As a Southgate resident, I don't understand how XCAP, tasked with connecting Palo Alto, concluded its deliberations with a recommendation to close Churchill and disconnect my neighborhood from the town. I'm speaking tonight to ask you to eliminate closing Churchill as an option and focus on connecting the west side of Palo Alto with the east side of Palo Alto. The recommendation to close Churchill has been made without seriously studying the partial underpass and the impact of implementing mitigations only. In addition, XCAP's recommendation has been made without getting input from PAUSD or Stanford, and ignores input from the 2 surveys of Palo Alto residents who overwhelmingly oppose closure. It's possible that the XCAP recommended improvements, making Embarcadero and Page Mill more accessible, combined with the bike ped paths under ALMA discussed at the March 23rd meeting, could relieve potential post-pandemic rush hour traffic and improve bike and pedestrian safety at all times. In addition, I haven't heard any discussion about the desperate need to improve the traffic flow at crunch times on Embarcadero and Page Mill, or providing a right-hand turn lane from westbound Churchill onto El Camino to move traffic more freely on Churchill. Keeping Churchill open and traffic moving can only help the congestion. We just don't know how these other options might impact Churchill, and because it hasn't been studied. We can further assume people don't and won't use Churchill if it's too congested. So why close it? Closing Churchill is a drastic solution to congestion that occurs only a few hours a day. The XCAP report offers a solution to a problem that doesn't exist. If you think Churchill is a problem, please direct staff to find ways to connect Palo Alto, not to create a disconnected island called Southgate. Thank you,
Lisa. Our next speaker is Inder Munga, to be followed by Susan Newman and then Kathy Jordan. Inder, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Could I get a right to present slides, please? And could you reset the timer? Thank you.
Inder, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, so I just wanted to say that I totally resonate with Lisa, who talked about moving Palo Alto towards a connected community rather than a disconnected community. So one of the concerns that was mentioned in the last meeting was that pets and potentially bicycles were run over at Churchill Avenue in Old Palo Alto. That was quite dramatic, but I wanted to say from a partial underpass perspective, there will be no through traffic from Old Palo Alto Churchill Avenue to the other side, which will remove any of the concerns that they have had and in what they said was happening on their street. So this is something that solves that concern that they have with the partial underpass solution. And this traffic, you can only take a right turn here, so it only goes towards North Alma. There was also concerns that were brought up by the Churchill residents about children not safe crossing the tracks to Palo Alto High School. With this proposed bike underpass on Kellogg Avenue or the Seal Avenue, which I heard today, bicycles will go under Alma and train tracks. There is no bunching of bicycles at traffic light. There is no crossing of the tracks, and there is less delays for the children. So the partial underpass solution actually supports that and removes that concern that has been brought up as a reason by the Churchill residents. The last one is that traffic gets backed up, at the high school between El Camino and Alma, and with higher frequency of trains, cars and bikes may be unsafe or bunched up more. But with the partial underpass and lights, traffic can move smoothly between all between Palo Alto High School, Churchill, Alma, El Camino Real with no interference, and you're independent of the frequency increases of Caltrain. And if they increase in the future or they don't, we really have a solution with a partial underpass that is independent. So I would strongly urge the city council to put engineering support and help towards a partial underpass. I think it solves all the problems and concerns that have been raised by almost all the residents, whether it be Southgate or Churchill residents, which have been kind of almost playing off each other, but this solution actually solves both the concerns. Now, one thing I just want to—
Your time is up.
Okay, one thing, can I say one little thing? Is that—
Finish up your conversation.
Okay, I'll shut down my conversation. I just wanted to say that this was from the virtual City Hall data, which also supported partial underpass.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Susan Newman. To be followed by Kathy Jordan and Susan Mitchell. Susan Newman, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening. Thanks for the great work by Nadia and the whole crew presenting tonight. You did a great job. I want to urge council not to take action tonight to approve closure for the many reasons discussed at some length in March and brought up again during public comment tonight. In particular, I echo the concerns about equity and connectivity, so beautifully articulated by Stephen Rosenblum and Barbara Hazlett. In addition, I believe that the problems and uncertainties associated with Churchill are at least equal to those the XCAP has acknowledged in South Palo Alto, but has somehow obscured in the majority report on Churchill. I ask you to consider how useful it would be to have the kind of clearly laid out and objective pro-con analysis that was shown for South Palo Alto tonight. Though perhaps it would need to be from a somewhat wider constituency, including the many residents near the intersection along Embarcadero who oppose closure. Had this kind of analysis been done, I believe that both the partial underpass and the viaduct would have easily surpassed closure in addressing the major functional goals of grade separation, like increasing east-west connectivity, supporting the movement of all modes of traffic across the corridor, reducing delay and congestion, allowing access to parks and schools, and avoiding the diversion of regional traffic to other neighborhoods. They also both allow safer bicycle and pedestrian travel than our current arrangements. The criteria of reducing visual changes, as Nadia points out, is highly subjective. However, I see that it's important for many residents. I think there are proposals in Mike Price's letter of things that might be done to the partial underpass to help address some of those. And I also think that there are moves that could be made with respect to the viaduct to lessen the impact on residents along the tracks. Thank you,
Susan. Our next speaker is Kathy Jordan. to be followed by Susan Mitchell and then Elle LaPierre. Kathy, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much. I also want to thank the XCAP for their work and the council for sitting through these comments. I want to echo Susan Newman, Lisa Neesum's comments and others. Again, bringing up the criteria that the city council set forth about continuing to connect Palo Alto. We know that Churchill Avenue is a vital east-west route. We also have council criteria about providing access to schools and parks. And so I wanted to focus a little bit of attention on Palo Alto High School and the letters that were written to the council expressing concern from the superintendent of Palo Alto Unified and the president of PTAC, Palo Alto Council of PTAs, expressing concern and wanting to have input into any decision regarding Churchill Avenue. Just briefly, to sum up, my view, of course, would be that traffic needs to continue to flow across Churchill in whatever way that could occur. Just to focus on Palo Alto High School, the parking lot, as well as the traffic going through over Churchill, the parking lot on the south side is used tremendously and shifts throughout the day, pre-pandemic, and when we get to post-pandemic, shifts throughout the day. In the morning, commuting time, there vehicles, as well as pedestrian and bikes, are constantly going through during that rush hour timeframe getting to Palo Alto High School. Then throughout the rest of the day, there are different shifts. And even now, in the midst of pandemic, we have multiple sports teams practicing at different times, and that south side parking lot is full. So any consideration of closing Churchill has to reconcile with the fact that most of the students at Palo Alto High School live on the eastern side of Alma and have to get to Palo Alto High School. Thank you for consideration.
Thank you, Kathy. Our next speaker is Susan Mitchell, to be followed by Elle LaPierre, and our final speaker is Renee Ho. Susan, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Susan Mitchell, and I'm a resident, a Palo Alto resident since the 1970s. I want to start by thanking Nadia for her excellent presentation tonight. I am also against the closure of Churchill. My husband and I live on High Street between Lincoln Avenue and the Embarcadero Slip Road, 1 block away from Alma. I would like to address the mitigation plan related to the Churchill closure, if that's what's going to happen, of installing a traffic light at the corner of Alma and the Embarcadero Slip Road. This plan encourages traffic traveling west on Embarcadero towards El Camino to divert fast-moving traffic to back up on Embarcadero and the short single-lane Slip Road, crossing a busy bike and pedestrian crosswalk before heading towards Alma to the new traffic light. Currently, traffic can only turn right on Alma at this corner. In addition, the new plan also blocks the current ability to make a left turn from Lincoln Avenue to Alma southbound, thus funneling traffic from downtown Palo Alto businesses to make a left turn from Lincoln onto the narrow part of High Street towards the Slip Road in order to access the new traffic light at Alma. Please consider redesigning this plan of rerouting traffic to achieve throughput on Embarcadero that will result in aggravating bike and pedestrian safety on the Slip Road and traffic backup on adjacent small neighborhood streets such as High Street. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you, Susan. Our next speaker is Elle LaPierre, to be followed by our final speaker, Renee Ho. Go ahead. Elle LaPierre, go ahead. Go ahead, you have 2 minutes. Elle LaPierre, you have 2 minutes to speak. You need to unmute from your end. we'll try and come back. Our next speaker is Renee Ho. Renee, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you for your time. I'm a 20-year Palo Alto resident. I really appreciate that there's no obvious solution. Everyone would like a low-cost solution that pleases everybody, and that's clearly not the case here. As a resident, I'm opposed to raised options for the same reasons that many others oppose these options. Before moving here, I had lived in a city with raised transportation, and from my own experience, it is indeed loud, ugly, and divisive. I hear people supporting that a viaduct would connect the city. However, I don't see that currently at San Antonio Road between the two sides of Mountain View. And to open up more streets to connect to Alma under a viaduct would also require more eminent domain. So in conclusion, I support the trench option. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Renee. And we will try Renee Ho. Renee, go ahead. You have 2 minutes. El Lapierre,
Hello?
would you like to, yes, would you like to speak?
Yes, are you ready?
Yes, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
All right, thank you. I attended a number of the meetings of the XCAP committee, virtually on Zoom and some in person. And I noticed, as some of the other speakers mentioned, that they began their deliberations from the very get-go with closure of Churchill as mandatory, unlike East Meadow and Charleston, where other alternatives were studied and pros and cons were evaluated. I asked at one of these meetings if it made sense being so close to one of the major high schools in town, and if they had reached out to the PTA to find out what parents and families thought, and they told me they didn't know how to reach out to the PTA. I think that one of their mitigations to closing Churchill is adding new bike passes from Seal or Loma Verde adds more costs and disrupts traffic on more streets. The easiest solution is to leave Churchill open and follow the recommendation of the city's Parking and Transportation Committee, which recently recommended significant safety improvements for the Churchill intersection. If those improvements were implemented, they could be reviewed and the city would have time to see how it worked and if that made Churchill safer. The other thing the city could do would be to encourage the police department to enforce the rule that prevents westbound traffic on Churchill in the mornings. This is never enforced, and perhaps that would be another way to lessen traffic through that intersection in the mornings. I strongly recommend, as other speakers do, to leave Churchill open, follow the recommendations of the Parking and Transportation Committee, and enforce the laws preventing westbound traffic on Churchill in the morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor DeVois. We have no further speakers.
Okay, thank you to all those public speakers, and it was great to get some on the South Palo Alto crossings tonight. So we're going to bring it back to council and colleagues, time for questions, feedback, response to the recommended motion. There were some questions about the role of the rail committee, as well as the suggested work plan. So quite a bit to talk through. Does anybody want to get us started? Yes, Councilmember Cook.
Thank you. So I too would like to thank XCAP committee members again for the incredible amount of work that you have done and for this presentation. I also want to thank all the members of the public for speaking tonight and providing us more information and your thoughts. I wanted to ask through the mayor, if I may ask Keith Rechtal if he he had made a presentation of, and he mentioned tonight that there's the Carlsbad and the Palo Alto Trench comparison. Would he be able to give us a little bit more information in terms of the costs that he had researched?
Keith, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. Yeah, so the South Palo Alto we saw in the presentation was between 800 and 950 million. And a reasonable way of comparing different trenches at different lengths is to look at the cost per linear foot. It's not perfect, but it's a reasonable way of comparing that. And if you calculate that, so again, between 800 and 950, and our length is about 6,000 feet, that cost per linear feet is like 133 to 158. So, in the neighborhood of 150. But if you look at what Carlsbad is doing, Carlsbad had two designs, a short design and a long design. They ended up choosing the long design. That whole thing is 8,400. So it's a little longer. We're 6,000 feet. Carlsbad is 8,400. Its total price estimate, and this is looking at they're planning to finish it by 2030. Its total price is 335 million, which by itself is much cheaper than ours for a longer trench. And it has 7 overpasses as opposed to South Palo Alto's 2. It isn't exactly an apples to apples because they don't have the 2 creeks, which will add some cost. But we're talking this, they're 3 to 4 times, we are 3 to 4 times more expensive than Carlsbad long design. So even if we doubled the price of avoiding the creeks, you still are significantly less than what we have today. And the other thing is that it really is an apples to apples when you're talking about water in the trench. Their water table is very similar to ours, very shallow, and they did a lot of work to avoid pumping, and they also did a lot of work looking at how the flow, they have the same thing where the flow of water is going underground from high ground down towards the sea. So there's a lot of comparable behavior, but now soil conditions, we don't know that. There's a lot of, the price of labor in San Diego is slightly less, but again, all these small effects it's really hard to triple something with small effects. So I don't understand, and that's where it would be nice to have a second set of eyes that would do an apples to apples comparison and say, can we get down to that price? Because that really makes the trench much more attractive.
Thank you. That really helps. I just kind of look at this and I'm thinking that there's a lot of, just not matching in terms of what the numbers provided by our consultant and then what you were able to research. So there was a lot of work that went into this. And I have another question in terms of, I guess I have really a lot of concerns in terms of not being able to look at the entire corridor. So there's still a large part of, say, for example, Palo Alto Avenue that is kind of left out. And it just seems like, again, it's very much segmented and planned in isolation. In addition to that, I see here now there's mention about the downtown coordinated area plan. And, how is that going to affect the entire design in the long run? Yes, understand that we're looking at what we had said we needed to look at, but not looking at the entire picture is really concerning. Not having studied the underpass fully, as well as the trench fully for the southern Palo Alto area is also very concerning. I see my time is running out, but I would like to come back for a second round if we may. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sure we're going to have at least 2 rounds. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. And again, all the thanks that we said last time are true again this time. But I hope the committee members appreciated hearing it directly from members of the public today. I think that's probably more meaningful than hearing it from us again. Thank you to Councilmember Koo for picking up on the trench questions. And I wonder if we could get a response from staff and or from AECom on a number of the concerns that Mr. Reckdahl shared. Is there a response that would be helpful to us as we think about this?
Perhaps Ripon Bhatia, could you take the first crack and play air traffic controller as appropriate on other respondents?
Sure. Good evening, council member. And in earlier, like October of 2020, these questions came up from XCAP committee, and city staff along with AECom investigated, and some of these costs that were attributed are shared with us for Carlsbad as well as for the Sandag project, the San Gabriel project. And we did highlight it and presented a response to XCAP, highlighting some of the bigger key differences, like the major creek facilities that were not included in the groundwater levels, as well as some of the key other factors like the number of train tracks that were utilized in those, or the design speeds that were considered. In addition, there were some other factors such as, I don't remember off my head the whole whole response, but there was key factors that we looked at, the differences between the two. The 2012 versus 2025 cost difference and the cost escalation itself was another big challenge. So when you're looking apples to apples, comparing apples to apples, there was a key differences between the two costs that we were looking at, that XCAP had identified. Of course, these are conceptual costs, and there are a lot of contingencies also involved when you're at this level of budgetary design and conceptual design plan. So some of those factors were kind of shared with XCAP in response to the questions that came up between the differences between those two projects.
Thank you. Yeah, no, that's a really helpful overview. Was that report you're mentioning linked somewhere in all of this? And if not, could it perhaps just be provided to us?
Yes, it was in the XCAP report, but we can certainly
okay. A page number would be helpful.
Yes.
It's in the appendix, Allison.
Okay.
Yep.
That'd be helpful.
I can send it.
No, we'll dig through, and if you have again, page number would be super helpful. Okay. The advocacy that Vice Chair Klein was suggesting, there was a lot on there. I wonder, Mr. Klein, if you have any suggestions, having been in these chairs before, about how we might structure that. Do we delegate it to the mayor? Do we have an ad hoc? Does each of us take a role? Did you come up with any thoughts about how we might accomplish that advocacy?
Yes, I think in a variety of ways. And I think the one way not to do it is to just delegate it to one council member. I think this is a multi-council member activity. And I think it means, in addition to the lobbying and the work on the technical issues, I want to go back to the earlier meeting and talk also about the 4-track issue, which didn't get much attention tonight, which isn't so much a technical issue as a political one. I would see the members of the rail committee becoming more active in League of Cities or peninsula activities, any other way that you can get to where you're associating with other members of other elected officials up and down the peninsula. And as for Caltrain itself and any other government, state level or county level, I think it means I'm assuming that the pandemic is almost over and that we will have public meetings again where people can actually meet and talk, not necessarily on an official basis, but offline. I think all of that's actually going to be necessary so that you have good personal relations with either colleagues or people who are making the decision, so that they'll take your telephone calls when you call, and they'll respond to your concerns, and hopefully we can get some good solutions.
Thanks, that's helpful.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Thanks. A couple quick comments and questions. First, just a comment on the berm versus the viaduct. Even though the berm is 15 feet high to the track base and the viaduct is 20, I encourage anybody who's not familiar with to go up to San Carlos and Belmont and really stand in front of those berms. And they divide that community. In that case, it divides a commercial industrial area from the rest of the city, and that was not necessarily disfavorable. In our case, we are long time focused on trying to make Palo Alto more connected on the two sides of the track. And so I want to just encourage folks to bear that in mind. Second, I brought up at the previous meeting that we actually, on the geotechnical and the underground water issue, we have a very extensive mapping of our underground shallow water table that has been in the last couple of years completed by our public works, or at the direction and oversight of our public works department, that was related to really looking at groundwater pumping issues. And for whatever reason, that's not the more granular analysis that's been used in this AECOM report. And so we can pick up on that right away. I think it partially answers some of the questions we already have. On the traffic issue, I think it's really important that we not rely on a 2030 comp plan traffic projection when these projects wouldn't get constructed until probably 2030 range. So the VTA has a traffic model out to 2040, as I understand it, that could be very helpful. Either way, we've got to have a traffic model that projects the traffic volume past the time of construction, not up until the time of construction. And then I just want to follow on to some of the things that Larry Klein had emphasized on the advocacy. And so that's both on the funding side, and I'm going to have a question for staff on the near-term funding, but the very important long-term funding. This has become a focus of now Caltrain and the LPMG, which is the advisory group of one city representative from each city on the corridor, that both of those are now really recognizing that the entire corridor will have to be grade separated for Caltrain to be able to perform their future volume of trains, along with the increased traffic on the corridor. And so there's really moving together on that issue. It's early stages, but it's going to be a big part of what we're focused on. Also, we now have, as a result of the discussions of the LPMG, Sebastian Petty, who heads this program for Caltrain, has agreed that a subcommittee of cities experiencing similar design and engineering and construction interests would be a fruitful way to have a subcommittee that addresses them collectively with Caltrain. And these other cities are starting to realize they are facing issues very much like what we're doing. So the quick question for staff in the near term, funding our next steps, outcome from this meeting is a question. Up until now, I think almost all of the dollars we've spent on this, which is a lot of money, has come from Measure B, but not the bucket of dollars for grade separations. They're the bucket of dollars that were assigned for road improvements, and because our pavement index was higher than, well higher than the threshold, we had discretion on how to use that. So maybe Mr. City Manager, can you briefly talk about whether we're going to be able to tap into those or other dollars for our next preliminary steps of this, or preliminary next steps of this process?
Well, I'll give you a perspective. Perhaps Ripon and others may want to supplement. There is ongoing discussion between staff of among all the cities, including Caltrain, VTA, Mountain View, Sunnyvale, and ourselves. I do expect, well, right now there is, quite frankly, competition between the cities for the expenditure of the funds, with Mountain View clearly ahead of the other two cities. So we can expand on that if that's helpful.
I'm sorry, just to clarify, I'm not talking about construction dollars.
I understand. But to the extent that, while as an order of magnitude, we're talking about big dollars relative to what we need for our initial planning, I do expect it may be difficult for us to secure significant funding up front while we're going through the alternatives analysis stage. I think most of the discussion has presumed that the VTA funding through the Great Separation Pot would be focused on once alternatives are selected for each of the crossings. So again, I think that that's maybe a baseline assumption. Whether that is ultimately a rule that we have to abide by is perhaps back to Mr. Klein's statement, subject to negotiation and some lobbying, while at the same time recognizing that until we have a decision, it's very easy for others to argue that they have a direct path toward construction versus one that is somewhat undefined as to how much expenditure would be necessary for alternatives analysis.
Councilmember Stowe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And of course, thanks again to XCAP for all your incredible work, and to the public for commenting tonight. I want to kind of follow up on what Councilmember Koo and Councilmember Cormack already started the discussion on the trench alternative. And I think one of the really important things is when we, as a city, when we have policies and priorities, especially ones that are as ambitious as SCAP and sea level rise, it's really important that everything that we do is in furtherance of meeting those goals, and anything that sets us back should be something that we view very suspiciously. And so I'm curious if staff could kind of weigh in on how they view the trench alternative as interfering with SCAP and sea level rise concerns that we just discussed last week. I mean, especially, my understanding of this trench alternative is going to require creek modifications. Highly polluting and GHG emitting concrete construction materials. Seems like it's going to reduce our tree canopy along the train corridor. A lot of negative impacts on our environment. And I'm wondering if staff can kind of weigh in on if they see those concerns and to what extent.
To begin, thank you, Councilmember Stone, for that question. But we haven't dig down deeper into from the perspective of the sustainability at this time in these conversations. But definitely, as you mentioned, that the impacts that you mentioned are significant and definitely impact the sustainability for the long term on certain issues and challenges with it. So sea level impacts or the groundwater impacts that the structure would have definitely would be something that could be looked at in more details as we move further, if the council so wishes to pursue with this alternative. And I think AECOM can also add into some of those issues and challenges that we may be expecting. So Millet or Eddie, if you can add into that information. I'm sorry. So I think the groundwater definitely is going to be impacted through the trench or tunnel alternatives, and that's one of the reasons that we would have to look for in more detail. And so to answer that question, yes, you're right.
Thank you. And just to make sure I'm clear, the creek modifications are only required if we choose the trench alternative, That, of course, assuming that we eliminate the tunnels, correct?
Correct. So those are the one of the major ones that impact the creek infrastructure.
Okay, thank you. Another question, I wasn't totally clear in the report. Would the trench option work for the 4-track requirement? I mean, the report states that 2 tracks would go there. If the 4-track requirement is needed, does that then change the design by widening it and changing its extent, or is that included within this design? You may have touched on it earlier, but I think I missed it.
So for the trench alternative, is that question pertains to the trench alternative or?
Correct.
Okay. So yeah, the trench alternative is one of the difficult one to have to incorporate the 4-tracking option, more from the cost perspective. Most of the time, engineering challenges can be, addressed through various means, but that means either the cost or the impacts that would be associated with those will be could be significantly increased. So the trench alternative in itself definitely have that additional, cause of concern, because if we have to build the trench for 2 tracks right now, and you have to add 2 more tracks at a later date, then you have a significant cost to accommodate for those 2 tracks at a later date from the construction perspective. If you provide for the basic infrastructure upfront, then the upfront cost is significant. So in 2 ways it could be done, but the cost and the impacts would be significantly when you're considering 4-tracking in existing or future conditions.
Oh yeah, and I think that's what makes so much of this so complex, is there are so many moving pieces and so many things that require advocacy and final approval or rulings by Caltrain and all these other jurisdictions, that it's really an impossible task to really get a grasp on what is the best alternative when we don't have that information. I'm not saying it's your fault, I understand, but just it's a difficult predicament. Let me ask one more question, because I saw the timer got started a little late, so I won't take up all my time here. So to staff, yeah, I see that your proposals that we discussed the financial considerations in the fall or the winter, after we've already considered in depth the alternatives for Charleston and Meadow and Churchill. But kind of going back to the point I just made, there's so many. There's so much of our consideration is going to have to rely so much on the financials, and so that order just seems a little strange to me, to look at the financials after we've done these in-depth analysis of the different alternatives. Can staff explain the reasoning behind that?
Griffin, you want to take a crack at that? Just the sequence of the alternatives versus the financing?
Sure. One of the thought, and definitely it's up for City Council's discussion and direction to the staff. And this was one of the way or thought that we were looking at was to come up with some of the possible alternatives, maybe eliminate some of the alternatives. That way we could possibly look at the more concentrated or more the issues or the challenges or the alternatives that are much more narrowed down version of those alternatives, and then we could look at only of those ones rather than going through for all alternatives that are in consideration at this time from the financial perspective and then narrow down. So it's both ways. There are certain benefits to to sequencing it, either looking at the financial cost up front or after going through the discussion and narrowing down the alternatives to get into a more better situation there. So
okay, that makes more sense. So staff's not recommending that we are choosing these alternatives in the summer and in the fall and then looking at the finances. We're saying we're winnowing down the alternatives more over the summer and the fall, then looking at the financials and then making our final decision on those alternatives that we've really winnowed down at a later date.
Yeah, staff would like to have it as narrowed down to look at the more preferred alternatives, but of course, it's the council's decision on how much and where.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Councilmember Filsa.
Hi, yeah, thanks. Two questions, one really simple and really dumb that I'm asking this late in the process, and the other a little more complicated. The first one, the cost of the hybrid's around $200 million ballpark. Is that for each of the two crossings, or is that for both of them? So they're each 100 million?
For both together.
For both together. So, and then for the underpass, is that
for both
350, 400, is that both together?
Yes.
So each one of those is about 200 million. So then if we wanted to do one of the crossings as an underpass and one as a hybrid, then, you know, it would be 300 million for the two of them as opposed to one, for example. Right?
Well, you can't actually do that because of physics. So the distance between one to the other, they can't change that much. I think the only two, and probably Millette or maybe even Rippon could say, but they're the only two you could combine together, if I remember correctly, is the underpass with a hybrid, I believe. Is that the one that's the closest? But you can't go, for example, from an underpass to a viaduct. So there's only, that's the
right.
closest match.
But you could do an underpass and a hybrid.
I believe so.
Okay.
Yes, there is minor revisions that may be needed, but yes, it's feasible.
Okay. Okay, so that was my first question. My second one was, so one of the alternatives that we discussed before and that we said we would do, and I assume we'll want to continue with tonight, is to do some more work to flush out the underpass design. Is there a reasonable expectation that as we do that, that there might be, you know, material changes in the amount of takings that that we anticipate if we were going to go that direction, or is it pretty much cut and dried as right now?
I mean, I can say that the design that AECOM differed from the one that was presented from the original proposal, because the original proposal had a roundabout both at Meadow and at Charleston, and for a variety of reasons, most specifically that Meadow is more narrow, AECOM kind of came up with an innovation that created what's there. But without really sitting around a table and going through those things, I think it would be hard to say. I mean, I think as AECOM and staff have explained, the work that AECOM had done to date, it was really proof of concept. Like, okay, if we make this as heavy as possible and we took all of the general rules, does it work? And the answer is it works. So then you got to go back and say, okay, we like it, but, and that level of refinement, particularly for the underpass, is not usually done at the level that the other ones are done at, because it's mostly moving roads and sidewalks, whereas that we're looking at just trying to decide orders of magnitude between, do you want a trench or do you want a viaduct or do you want a hybrid? And so that level of refinement just hasn't happened.
So if I understand what I think I heard you say is that assuming we go forward doing sort of the next level of refinement on the underpass design, you know, there's a reasonable likelihood that the number of takings involved might change.
I can't say that as a civilian. I would ask the professional engineers to weigh in, so I'm not going to I'll pass on that one.
Well, maybe it's unknowable anyway at this point. Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Tanaka.
I just also want to thank the public. I know it's really late, but thank you guys for wading through and commenting, and also thank you for XCAP for your many years of work on this. It's tough stuff. I just wanted to understand from AECOM's perspective. I thought some of the comments that were made about why did we have tiebacks versus like crossbars? I didn't quite understand that. Can AECOM explain that? Like, what was the idea behind that?
Millette or Eddie, if you can.
Hi, this is Millette. So that, I mean, there are some examples where they use a vertical member across the top of the trench to help support the retaining walls that you need to build a trench. And there would be, we would have to analyze the soil conditions to determine the best method to be used. But What complicates some of this situation is that, you know, in order to get the trench at its lowest level, the train has to go descend, right? So in those sections, until it's to a certain depth, you could not use those types of vertical members to support the wall because it would conflict with the train, right? It's because the train has to pass through there. It's not deep enough.
You mean vertical members or like vertical or horizontal,
Horizontal.
members that go across?
Horizontal
Oh, okay.
across the top of between the two walls of the trench section.
Okay.
So there could be some opportunities where we could use that, but it would only be in the areas where it's deep enough that you would have the appropriate clearance for electrification and those things underneath it. So
But I would assume that the pressure on the walls are less when it's not as deep. And when it's deeper, you need more support probably than when it's more shallow, I would assume.
that would be a general comment, correct?
Okay. Okay. Yeah, and you heard the comments, right, from Keith and others about the cost difference is quite stark. Do you have any thoughts about like why that is?
We had, I mean, it definitely is the situation of not comparing apples or apples to apples. I mean, in the XCAP meeting notes from October 7th of 2020, we did provide several bullet points related to the comparison of the construction cost of San Gabriel. And Ruben highlighted some of those, but some of the significant changes or differences between the project was that, there was only a single shoe fly track within the existing right of way. We obviously have two. There was no electrifications of the track for the temporary or the permanent conditions, which we also have. It also does not have commuter rail and the associated traffic control, signal control, train control that's required. It will only involve one track. We have two. So there are a lot of very big geometric differences that contributed, that makes it difficult to compare just linear construction costs of trench on a project. You have to kind of dig deeper and look at what are some of the things that are alike and different about them before you do that.
Thanks. And I remember, it's been a while, but I remember there was some discussion about freight potentially going over Dunbarton versus going all the way through Palo Alto. Whatever happened to that discussion in terms of potentially having freight go over Dunbarton? Because I think at one point, maybe, I mean, I could be mistaken on this, but I don't know if anyone remembers, but I think there's discussion or comment on that. And I don't know wherever that went. I know it's not happening now, but is that still a possibility? Where's that discussion right now? I've been trying.
Yeah, not that I am aware of. I mean, Caltrain and UP have an operating agreement that exists now for a certain number of trains on their alignment per day and at a certain operating speed, right? So some of those discussions you heard earlier about trying to reduce the speed of freight through the corridor, that would be, a significant change to the operating agreement between both of those agencies that's very long-standing.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yeah, make a few comments, questions. Yeah, so I had the same question that Councilmember Filseth did about the hybrids, and I was looking at San Mateo's 25th Avenue. They're building one crossing hybrid. It's at 205 million right now. So it seemed that price, potentially 190 for two, seems very low. So I think it's really important to understand if that's an old estimate or, for me, the 4-track option issue is one of the first things we should focus on. I think it's a very complex issue. I really think we need to break this down and start to answer some things so we can really narrow. And it sounds like we need to push Caltrain politically. With the closure of Castro, which I think is Mountain View's preferred alternative, Rengstorff is very wide. San Antonio is already grade separated. If we could get Caltrain to commit that the 4-track section is shifted in that direction, I think that would help us quite a bit. You know, right now, with the 4 tracks going to California Avenue Station, I'm not even sure what it means. Does it mean we have to redo Oregon Expressway? And, you know, what kind of expenses are we going to encounter there? So I'd hope we could have a productive conversation. Really, if we can narrow down that area, I think it's going to give us a lot more clarity. Potentially, we don't need 4 tracks at Meadow. That would help a lot. You know, one of the public speakers made a comment that I was going to make about heights. So, you know, we're talking about the train bed being at 20 feet and then adding 30 feet on top of that through some of these cycler neighborhoods. So not an attractive option, as we say. You know, I was interested in the comments about more detailed description of noise impacts in different directions and distances. I think those were valid points. You know, and it'd be really good to understand if we were to consider a trench option, potentially with the struts, could there be noise baffles coupled with a trench where it would be significantly better in sound? And again, at a distance, you know, and in 3 dimensions. I guess the other thing to understand, I'd like to understand about the trench, and maybe ask this question is, if we did do the struts and we had to have some partial tiebacks, those tiebacks aren't continuous, right? So do you have to remove all the trees or only trees where, you know, a tieback is located? If that makes sense.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say, I mean, you know, depth is a concern, and we haven't even looked at how, you know, to the design in detail to say how long those would need to be. I mean, you know, so there's a lot of variables still to do there. What we have said is that we would have to limit the landscaping to something that's not deep rooting.
At where a tieback is located.
Where the tiebacks are.
Yeah, I think that gets misinterpreted to be kind of strip all vegetation for the entire length of the trench, which it sounds like we wouldn't have to do.
No, there would be other options for landscaping.
Okay.
And we demonstrated some of those in the renderings as well.
Great. So, you know, I think the work plan that staff proposed looked pretty reasonable. I think it's clear we do need to engage with PAUSD, Caltrain. We had our meeting with the president of Stanford last week, and we brought up this issue about getting Stanford more engaged. Agree with the comments on the traffic model, you know, using our comp plan traffic model when we're starting to work on this new housing element with significantly more housing. You know, it seems like we need to use an updated model. I think the geotechnical and hydrology would be valuable. And I'd really like to understand if there are refinements that we can make on the underpass or the trench that would give us more useful information cost effectively. I want to make a comment about the bikes. You know, I think we need to balance kind of where we have the bike crossings and their impacts on these options. I feel like right now we're kind of maybe overweighting bike crossings. When you look at like Oregon Expressway, it doesn't have a bike lane, but we have other bike crossings. So, you know, do we need to say that each of these crossings includes bikes, or is there some balance to be made there? You know, when you go to San Antonio, or you know, you go to other crossings in Mountain View and Sunnyvale, not every vehicle crossing has bikes, but we've talked about additional bike crossings in other locations. And then the final thing I say, I really think we need to prioritize, you know, the recommendations. I don't think we have the funds to kind of work through that whole list. And again, for me, it feels like the 4-track issue is like the highest priority one to figure out. And then understanding what it would cost to do some geology, hydrology, and updated traffic report. Those seem to be the places to start. So I'll stop there. Let's go to a second round. If council members could start to address some of the questions the staff's asking, let's really try to focus on, again, the work plan, how we want to kind of schedule future meetings to look at these crossings. Yeah, Vice Mayor Burt.
Yeah, well, I'll go ahead and start off since nobody else wanted to. I do need to return to the city manager on this question I had about the short-term funding. And the funding source that we've used to date was Measure B dollars that were not grade separation dollars. Will we still have access to those dollars for some of these next steps that we want to do?
At the risk of, it might sound like a flippant response, it may be subject to the VTA board's decision. And, as such, need to reflect some agreement.
Not the grade separation
dollars. Oh, I see. Are you, which pot are you referring to?
The grade separation dollars to date. That's what I kept asking about. We've gotten our funding for this design from the other bucket.
Right.
And that's what I'm asking.
You're referring to accessing the grade separation?
No, I'm referring to accessing, continuing to be able to access the road maintenance dollars, I think, which we've used to date.
Gotcha.
For this next steps, not for construction. Yeah.
Okay, so I think as a rule, the answer is yes. The question may be the available funding and where we stand relative to other needs for the fund. So I see Assistant City Manager Jose has clicked on video, so she may have some information about where we stand in terms of budget, as well as Mr. Bhatia.
Sure, I'll let Ripon take a first crack and I can try and round out any piece.
Sure, Vice Mayor, but yeah, we have used part of Measure B funds, which are separate from the grade separation, that is the LSR funds. And there are certain flexibility in utilizing portion of that funds towards these capital improvement projects, and we have been utilizing those over the last few years, and we probably would be able to continue using that, but keeping in consideration that those are limited in nature, and we would be able to utilize pending VTA's authorization. We had to request every year and on an annual basis a request for transfer of those funds for such capital improvement projects, and we can pursue that in next year as well.
Well, I'm surprised we had to request that that VTA permission, because that bucket of funds, when those of us who negotiated the Measure B terms, my understanding is those were for the road improvement funds, and we specifically negotiated that if we're above a given level of our pavement condition index, we had discretion on using those funds for other transportation initiatives. And so I'm surprised to hear that it would require their permission, but let me leave that at
I think it's a pro forma review.
Good. Okay.
For reallocation only.
Again, I do want to verify we have fund balance or the expectation of fund balance coming up, Ms. Nose.
So I think the bigger component that's going to fall into this, as Vice Mayor has alluded to, is since we have a certain pavement condition index, we have more flexibility on how these funds can be allocated. And so this also will tend to move into the broader capital discussion on where are the highest priorities of the council amongst the many capital investments that we have on the plate, and balancing those needs over the 5-year period. So totally hear the prioritization.
Yes and no. Just to clarify, and I want to move quickly because I'm going to run out of time.
Sure.
Those funds can't be used for the full range of capital projects, only for transportation
Understood,
projects.
but we have other transportation projects in that 5-year plan.
Okay.
Is our PCI likely to drop based upon lower funding from other sources?
Oh, we won't be in jeopardy of that threshold.
Correct.
No, so that's a non-issue. that the PCI threshold will not be an issue for these funds. I'm virtually certain.
Again, I'm not suggesting we're going to drop below the Measure B criteria, but we are expecting our PCI to drop.
Okay. Well, we are far above the threshold required to give us latitude on use of those funds. So that just took up my my go round there. I do have a number of responses to the staff requests for direction that I'd be prepared to share in the next go round, so that maybe we can move forward on kind of where we're heading out of this meeting. So I will await that.
All right, Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Stanford's come up several times in these discussions, and I'm wondering, has there been any discussion with Stanford for financial help with the grade separations? I mean, they rely heavily on Caltrain to stay in compliance with their GUP, and these mitigation measures are surely going to benefit Stanford and their commuters who rely on Palo Alto roads and infrastructure to arrive on campus. So have we been actively engaging Stanford, or have they made any indication on being willing to kind of help with the tab?
Well, perhaps the best I could do to characterize it is, yes, we have had ongoing discussions with them, not as specific as an ask, other than there was a request related to the general use permit back during that time period, which is something of a tabled conversation. I think it's fair to say they're monitoring our activities. They've expressed the greatest interest in what happens at downtown, so University Avenue, Palo Alto Avenue, and that transit center area, and that the crossings on the other crossings in town, again, they're tracking but have not expressed direct interest in being involved.
Okay, I mean, I'm sure they agree that, right? They're all connected in their own way. I mean, if those south crossings are closed, that's going to heavily impact traffic in North Palo Alto getting to Stanford. So definitely encourage staff to continue that conversation and that advocacy. Is the anticipated completion date for electrification still scheduled for 2023, or has the pandemic or any other complications delayed that at all?
Perhaps Mr. Bhatia or our AECOM team have current information on that.
Yeah, to our knowledge, it has been progressing ahead, and end of 2022 was what they have informed us, and there hasn't been any change on that.
Okay, so that's coming up real fast. And I'm wondering, are there any temporary traffic mitigation measures that we can do to address any of the increased traffic at grade crossings over the several years that it's going to take for us to be able to complete this process all the way through construction?
I would say that the electrification is the process, and then the number of train increases will happen gradually over time. How and what that will come up, I think I'm not sure exactly on their schedule of number of train increases over the corridor. But the process of electrification, as it to accommodate all the equipment and is moving forward.
Okay, so are you saying okay, so that process begins in 2023?
Correct.
Okay, that makes me feel a little better. Thank you.
Well, I'm sorry, just to be clear, I think we are hearing that 2022 is their completion date. There may be some issues with both availability of the trains, as well as some logistics of the implementation. Also note, as the council knows, we have upcoming a near-term proposed improvement at Alma and Churchill, which does relate to, again, perhaps independent and prior to our ability to do grade separations, means of managing safety concerns at the existing crossing.
Okay, thank you. On page 99 of the report, it states that the underpass option, so switching gears to the underpass option, which I think is a very attractive option, and would really like to see us further study that and continue to refine it, as Councilmember Filseth was talking about. So on page 99 of the report, it states that the underpass option would not allow for all turning movements at Meadow and may increase cut-through traffic in residential streets, which definitely is a big concern for me. The report also states that the traffic study found that few vehicles actually make those turns. Can we elaborate on the number of vehicles who are making that turn? And are there ways to engineer those corridors to prevent traffic from turning into those residential streets and using them as cut-through streets if we were to pursue that option?
Shall I answer that? Gary Black with Hexagon. Those movements are between 80 and 100 cars in the peak hours. The movements that would not be possible at those intersections and could potentially go through the neighborhoods. And yes, there would be some engineering solutions to reduce or eliminate that cut through traffic.
Okay, and then, but those haven't been pursued yet, right? We're still too early in that process.
That's correct.
Okay, and then just to give me some reference, 80 to 100 cars at the peak. That's I don't really know if that's a lot, not a lot. Can you give? Is there any comparison you can make? So give some context around that number.
Yes, the heavier movements in that corridor, the heavier turn movements are in the range of 300 to 500 cars in an hour.
Perfect. Thank you. That's very helpful.
Yeah.
And I'm out of time. Thank you.
Member Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. So trying to move ahead to the work we need to do tonight, trying to reconcile the 2 slides in the staff presentation, 13 and 14, with the XCAP's 14 suggestions for us, which are on slides 39 and 40. First, if staff can put up the questions for consideration, and then while you're doing that, Ms. Nyack, could you please, of the 14 on your list, what's the 1 or 2 that you think is really important that isn't included on the staff recommendation tonight? And if someone else is better to help crosswalk this, that'd be great. But I'm going to start with you. Nadia, you're on mute.
Thank you. It's good to know I was just talking to myself because it wasn't making much sense until I got my work in front of me. It seems like the staff report agrees with XCAP that we should be doing, we can do geotechnical, we can do some drainage work. I think really trying to formalize the outreach process with PAUSD and figuring out what you can do there, I think is important. And like I said previously, I think once you suss out what that process could be, it could be used hopefully for other discussions that you guys will have with the school district. So, I mean, certainly Cubberley is not an easy one, but understanding just what happens on the other side of the equation would always be useful. I think that's important. The noise addendum, I think sounds, we had a lot of speakers speak about noise, and XCAP did recommend having an addendum to the report. It's not a full redo of the report, but something to address the fact that noise beyond the second row of houses in a single story overlay needs to be considered. And then I heard the Vice Mayor talk about some trench related noise that he wanted to look at. In addition, let's see, the Loma Verde and the Seal crossings, I didn't see anything from staff on those. And I think some discussion about whether council thinks those are appropriate should be considered. XCAP also discussed an urban designer to help flesh out some of these alternatives. Now that might be something that's worked out in the iteration process, but that was something that we did recommend. And then obviously Stanford, which you've talked about. And that's all I've got at the moment, but if you give me a couple of minutes more, I'll thumb through my papers and find
That's plenty. That's very helpful. Thank you. And thanks to staff for popping this up. We haven't discussed the first question yet tonight, so I'll go ahead and say that I am prepared to eliminate those alternatives from further consideration. If we need to go through those in more detail, happy to explain why. certainly, so appealing to everyone in many respects to just put it all underground, and that way we don't have to deal with it. But as we have worked through this for the past couple of years, it's very clear that even attempting to do that is expensive and has many problems. With respect to the grade separation work plan, could staff help me understand why we're, what feels a little bit like shifting to Charleston Meadow when we have a recommendation on Churchill? Why are we doing Charleston Meadow first when we have a recommendation from Churchill already?
Mr. Bhatia, are you stepping forward on that?
Yeah, I think we are trying to get to the resolutions on both both of those cross locations to get them moving. So just get more understanding of what the perspective would be on Meadow and Charleston as well, so that we can move forward on all three crossings in certain way and in articulating or finding more refinements on those alternatives that are needed in further narrowing down the alternatives.
I would expect, Councilmember, that it could go in either, what's the right word, priority or sequence. In any of the work, I think that we've been discussing, we will need to come back to you with some estimate of both scope and cost associated with the follow-up study. So open to Council's direction on key questions to answer, and we can get back to you with both or all of the crossings respectively based upon the complexity of work ahead.
And if I could just add, Councilmember Cormack, the main one that I forgot, which is a big one, is the bicycle and pedestrian plan is due to be updated, the citywide master plan. And so how does that plan go with the improvements that were recommended, certainly for Churchill, but also for Meadow Charleston in interim time and long-term time? So that's certainly one of the things that I think would be helpful to understand.
Thank you. And I see my time is up.
Yeah, not seeing any other hands. I will just jump in. I too would support eliminating the tunnels at this point. I am interested in trying to refine the trench as well as the underpass. I think, Meadow and Charleston handle a lot of traffic, and I think they're higher priority. I think we could actually wait on Churchill for some time, but I think, resolving both of those as well as we can, whatever the order makes sense. The other thing we haven't really talked about is the role of the rail committee. I'd like to see us kind of resume a rail committee. I think they should really focus on that advocacy work that was been suggested by Larry Klein. Really start to look at the financial plan and any political advocacy work with Caltrain, Stanford, PAUSD. I guess one question I had, the staff's proposal to deal with the first item in the summer, do they mean during council break or in August when we come back?
August. I'll stick my neck out on that one.
Yeah, I assumed that. It just wasn't clear. Okay. Yeah, Vice Mayor Burt.
Sorry. So I can go ahead and attempt a framework for a motion. And I sent something over to Beth. I'm certainly open to feedback from colleagues. And it's really in three parts. One is on the elimination of the South Palo Alto tunnels. The second is a section with several elements on what next steps we want to request staff to take, although that's going to have a kind of a time frame and prioritization aspect. And then And then finally, parts of this that we would want to refer to our rail committee as kind of the lead council entity working on this later this year. So within the staff directions, let me just toss this out and see if there's any sense that this is right, and then I can have Beth post it if it's correct. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Can the city clerk put the motion up so we can?
Sure, if that's a better way to go, sure.
We are working on that.
Okay, so while they're working on it, I'll just describe the content. The first is on the South Palo Alto underpass. Rather than make a decision to, oh, here we go. Okay. So I'll describe this first, and then we can look at whether we want to deal with it as a motion. So the first is to not make a determination to close Churchill at this time. To pursue other iterations of, oh, I'm sorry, I jumped out of sequence. So I'll follow it as it's here, my apology. So the first is on the South Palo Alto underpass, and to pursue additional design iterations, and including on this and perhaps elsewhere, the role of an urban designer. And so the urban designer looks at more than just the functionality of the vehicular and the pedestrian movements, but how these major construction projects fit in with the sense of place. The second is connected with that to request the city manager to appoint a stakeholder group that would participate in that. And that would be the originator of this design, perhaps, perhaps some folks from the, the civil engineering stakeholders, and maybe bike and ped stakeholders, but that would be fleshed out. This would just, the motion would be just conceptual, that he would have, as part of this process, just a focused stakeholder group. There's not XCAP again. The second area is on the Churchill area, which would be to do additional scoping on a dedicated bike and pedestrian crossing, and include that in the update of the bike master plan, and how that relates to the grade separations, because it really appears that putting in place a bike and pedestrian dedicated crossing at perhaps Seal area is a prerequisite to be able to do then other work at either at Embarcadero or Churchill or wherever. We've got to have that alternative way the bikes and pedestrians can cross. And then also with the Churchill area is to look at the Embarcadero bridge issues, which could be very significant and determinative on whether we can move, even consider a closure at Churchill, and the cost of, if we had to replace that whole bridge, how does that change the whole consideration? The third area is actually, and I realize I apologize for the way I structured this. I probably ought to go down on more related to the more related to what's referred to the rail committee and otherwise. If this motion was the best I could do off of my in the format I had it, if the clerk's office can begin to put this in the format that they normally utilize, that would be great.
So Councilmember Burt, maybe you can just, I think we can read the motion. Like, let's get a second rather than like.
All right.
Speak to the motion. I mean,
okay.
You can explain it.
Okay, good enough.
Second.
Thank you.
Okay, so go ahead and
All right,
continue.
sorry. Yeah, I was trying to get a feel for whether colleagues were comfortable with it before moving forward, but I'll just let the motion do that. So then further speaking to it on the Caltrain issues, all the things that were discussed earlier on needing to collaborate on engineering standards and the 4-track issue. On the traffic, we really need to have a better analysis, in particular related to Churchill and Embarcadero, but it also spills over into the Palo Alto Avenue area. If we close off one area, those cars go elsewhere. So it's more than just that narrow focus. We've talked about some of the geotechnical and drainage issues. And then we've also talked about the outreach and needing to fully engage PAUSD and Stanford. And Councilmember Stone really raised that issue on Stanford. These grade crossings are arguably as important to Stanford, perhaps more so when you consider the research park, the hospital, and the campus, as they are to the city. And Stanford has been on the sidelines just conspicuously throughout this process. It's hard to understand, and I think it's really incorrect on their behalf, but we just need to engage with them and really get this going. And then we need to have staff really come back with these various things and look at how this would be put together in a work plan, what approximate costs there would be, what priorities and time frame, because this is a set of next steps and they're not simple and they're not going to be cheap. I think they're a lot lower cost than what we've done to date, but it's not insignificant. And then lastly, the referral to the rail committee and really engage them as the lead entity on a lot of the advocacy and reviewing the criteria, which hasn't been updated for several years, and looking at safety in the corridor in parallel with the analysis of the design, and then going forward, what kind of a technical advisory committee would be appropriate as we move forward on all these other elements. So that's there's a lot to it. So I wanted to kind of describe what the intention was of these elements, and then maybe, oh, wonderful, thank you, Beth. So that's my comments.
Councilmember Koo, do you want to speak to your second?
No, I think Vice Mayor Burt has covered it mostly. I just wanted to ask if Vice Mayor Burt would also consider under BI that he has staff coming back with further study on the South Palo Alto underpass, but I'd like to also add the trench into that for them to take into consideration and study all the items that was listed by Keith Reckdahl for further study.
Yes, I think we can. Yeah, I'm receptive to adding additional evaluation of the trench alternative.
Thank you. Then there was also the outreach under BVI that we also add in there neighboring cities such as Menlo Park, if we could start opening a dialogue with them, especially in terms of the Palo Alto Avenue.
Yeah, I think so. I had this, I'm sorry for the organization of this. I have under the Caltrain issues in collaboration with other cities, engage with Caltrain. Oh. And rather than put it as a separate under outreach, I think, why don't we call it Caltrain and collaboration with other cities up under 3 there. Yeah. Is that okay? Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you. I didn't see the bottom part where you had the dialogue with Caltrain and the other cities. But yeah, this way then, you know, we can actually start working on the communication part of it. So you have traffic over there for updating the traffic study, but I was also concerned about the noise chart that was added.
Yeah. I think it's fairly small, but we can note that we want to, is your intention to just make sure that we've, that the noise beyond the first couple of homes is evaluated? Is that the issue on noise?
That and also to track the peak noise levels. So they're just, if the noise study averaged the noise over the day, so it's mostly about the traffic and the noise from Alma. So we want to make sure that, you know, they track it during the peak noise levels, which is not just for Alma, but also for other causes.
Okay.
Actually, if I could just add, the noise study actually has both. So it does have the noise that was in the presentation that I did was actually noise at peak hour of the peak number of trains. And then it does have the 24-hour. It already has both. But I think what was proposed earlier, which is that exploration of beyond the second row of homes in a single story overlay is important. And I believe Mayor Du Bois had something that he wanted about trenches and noise that I didn't quite catch, but I jotted something.
So Lydia, if you have anything more, I see the city attorney has her hand up as well as several other people.
Okay. Just on that noise issue, I just wanted to mention that, you know, if it's elevated or in any other, we want to make sure that because the freight trains are also using those, the rail over there, that we measure the noise from freight trains as well, because we know electric is going to be less, but then freight is going to cause a lot of problems. My last item would be the jack boxes. Is it the jack boxes? Did I say it
Yeah,
right?
so that would be under the Caltrain issues where it refers to engineering and construction standards. And actually, Sebastian Petty had already alluded to construction standards, and that's the only one that's been identified as a new construction standard. So he's tuned into that.
Okay,
So that's
great.
intended to be captured there.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, city attorney and city manager.
Thank you. So let me go first and just note, I have not had an opportunity to analyze this. It's a lengthy motion and I'm seeing it for the first time. In fact, I can't see the whole thing on my screen. So would the clerk please separately email me this document so I can work with it as the conversation continues? It appears on initial look at this that it in some respects exceeds the permissible bounds of the item under the Brown Act.
Oh.
So I will look at this in more detail as you're having your discussion and see if I can identify more specifically what concerns are, but just would like to offer to all of the council that as you're doing your thinking and preparing your work, we are available as your staff to talk with you one-on-one. We don't need to share anything you tell us with colleagues or even other staff members. But if we have a chance to work with council members who have ideas and proposals, then we can efficiently, I think, address things at the meeting and not be in a position of having to kind of respond in real time to a motion that doesn't fit on one page and raises quite a number of issues.
Molly, if B is reframed of a little more clearly asking staff to come back with what we have down below under VII, is asking staff to return with a work plan on the following. Does that meet your concerns better?
I don't know yet, so I will think about
Okay.
that. That's certainly an idea. So I'll
Okay.
look for the clerk's language and I'll think about that iteration as well, and would like the opportunity then to advise later on in the item. Thank you.
Thanks.
Mr. Shikata.
Thank you. Perhaps just to dovetail with what Molly's saying, and in the interest of trying to throw the yellow flag early before we get to the red flag on what I'll describe as the assignments completed versus assignments added equation that I suspect we won't be doing too well on tonight. Just note that I think it was just discussed in the exchange between Vice Mayor and City Attorney. Ultimately, where I see this motion headed is for staff to come back with a work plan. And so, quite frankly, I ask you to consider to what extent you need to itemize the to-dos on the work plan versus, I think we've got a pretty comprehensive list from XCAP. So focus perhaps on what they may have missed in identifying what we'll come back with. And I suspect, in working with AECOM and our professional staff, we'll want to perhaps come back with some suggestions on how to accomplish what you're identifying in the most cost-effective means. And that's something we probably won't be able to get to tonight. So I would just suggest the more general you make the direction, the better, as long as it covers the bases you think need to be covered.
Okay, I saw Councilmember Stone and then Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks to the Vice Mayor for the motion and the framework. I'm wondering if the maker and the motioner would be open to just adding a little language under B(i)(a). It says including engaging an urban designer, and if you'd be open to adding and mitigating takings of private property to the greatest extent possible.
Yeah, so I'm receptive to that but bearing in mind what the city manager had just described, if the staff is comfortable with kind of the recommendations of that XCAP made and what the gaps are in information for us to be able to make the solid decisions, I'm going to be receptive to simplifying this and letting staff come back with an understanding of these issues, attempting to capture what came from the XCAP and what's come from some of the members of the public and colleagues for them to then develop a work plan on that basis. But what the city manager's comments were the first time I've heard kind of that embracing of those XCAP recommendations and some of the other things from the community and colleagues. And that was the reason why I had been inclined to being more specific in the motion. But I'm going to be open to simplifying it. So for the time being, yes, what you said has as much merit as anything else in this. And then we'll see whether we simplify it.
Sounds good.
Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor.
Sorry. Sorry, Mayor Du Bois. I was waiting for it. I wasn't sure if Councilmember Koo was fine with that added language.
Yes, I am. Thank you for asking.
And then just one other kind of more of a question, because I heard Vice Mayor, you mentioned at the beginning of your remarks when you introduced this motion that you wanted to be clear that we were not making any decision on Churchill providing direction there as far as closure. I wonder if staff thinks, do we need to include any language regarding further studying the partial underpass option at Churchill?
I think that was part of what XCAP was suggesting, but Rupen, why don't you comment if you see otherwise?
I think they have highlighted a few of the challenges with that underpass option, and we could look into those consideration in our next steps of scoping what's needed to improve those.
And Councilmember Stone, I would say that the Churchill partial underpass is more than anything else, any of the other options contingent on some of the clarifications from Caltrain on the 4-track in particular, and then also what's captured on the additional traffic studies related to Embarcadero. Those are the things that and the Embarcadero Bridge. So it was described in terms of what's needed to get to a good decision on Churchill, as opposed to, and I kind of think, I'm not sure how much more iteration on the partial underpass is appropriate until we get some of those other pieces to the puzzle.
Okay, yeah, I agree with that, and glad to hear staff gets the message to kind of continue along the analysis of that. All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Now, Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. Actually, my question starts for you. I want to focus on C here for a moment. Rail Committee, if I just checked online, is still the committee of the whole. Am I correct that you had appointed a Rail Committee, but the website doesn't list it?
Correct. I think it's you, Councilmember Tanaka, and Vice Mayor Burt.
Okay, so just wanted to clarify that perhaps the website can be updated. I2 is fine. I'm not sure I understand 3. And then TAC is, this isn't spelled out. Is the maker intending there to be a technical advisory committee?
Yes.
Okay. Like, I don't understand the referral though.
Yeah, that was kind of a add-on at the end. It's probably not specifically referral to the Rail Committee. It probably belongs up in a request to the city manager to have an ongoing technical advisory committee, and a more general one, not the narrow specific one on the South Palo Alto underpass. So I think given what the city manager and city attorney said, Mayor, I don't know whether in a couple minutes we might want to take a break and see if staff has proposed language for a simplified alternative motion with an understanding that they're going to attempt to incorporate the intent of the council and the XCAP and come back with a work plan.
Well, okay. So technical advisory committee, it sounds like you're moving it into B. And I'm of one mind on B, which is, I'm not going to assign, a baker's dozen things to staff tonight. I'm happy to make a substitute motion if that's what's going to move this forward, which is basically the staff recommendation and asking them to incorporate, suggestions from the
Second.
XCAP. Okay, I made a substitute motion. All right.
Second.
Thank you.
I was going to second it. You didn't let her finish.
Okay, Pat. Okay, Tom, you can second.
Okay, shall I speak to it briefly?
Yes.
All right. I have grown increasingly concerned over the past month or two about the quantity and frankly, the detailed level of operational instructions that we're providing. I think we have incredibly talented staff and we have consultants who are experienced in this area. They've come to us with a plan that's going to enable us to go into detail on each of these issues. And frankly, I think we should spend our time on the part that we're supposed to do, which is section C. So
I'm sorry. So Councilmember Filseth, you have the second, but Councilmember Cormack, could you get your motion? Is it a substitute just for section B?
Substitute for section B. So
but it includes section A and section C.
Includes A and C, yeah. So wording would be for section B. Is this exactly what staff said? It's not review and discuss. Approve the grade separation work plan on remaining alternatives. Direct staff to, pardon me, sorry, it's very hard to see. This is a small, I gotta get my reading glasses. Thank you to the clerk. Direct staff to implement a grade separation work plan, return to council with the information during the remainder of the year, comma, incorporating suggestions from the XCAP. And I'm very open to changes from whoever my seconder currently is.
Yeah, Councilmember Phelps, that is the second. He jumped in.
Help me with the wording.
All right. Well, yeah, thanks very much. I share. I'm going to suggest we use the wording on slide 16 of the staff presentation proposed
Great.
council motion.
Okay, fantastic.
And if the clerk could put that up while I speak briefly to my second. I share Councilmember Cormack's concern that we seem to be having these long, detailed motions. I think, the proper role is that the purview of council is policy, vision, and oversight, and the purview of the city staff is operations. And the city staff comes to us looking for policy decisions, and I think we've begun to stray over the line into prescriptive operational guidance too. And I think in this particular case, as has been pointed out, if the city staff is in danger of getting multiple detailed directions, some from XCAP, some from us, and potentially some from other places as well, given the large number of other parties involved in this kind of thing. So I think we want to make this as simple as we can and rely on staff to handle the operational details of it. To the extent that there is stuff that in here that's very specific, I think that's fine, but I think we ought to start with the staff's proposal here as the starting point, as opposed to rebuilding it from scratch. And so I think this is the right way to go.
Okay, so I put my hand up and I'll speak to the substitute motion. I think I heard Councilmember Cormack say this, and I know the clerk is trying to get it up here. But I think for B, would you accept the staff's proposed grade separation work plan and anticipated timing, considering details from the XCAP report and feedback from council tonight?
Yeah, and maybe we want to use the word incorporating rather than considering.
Yep.
Okay, thank you for that.
And I think also, I'm not sure, now I can't see if C is on here, but the referral to the rail committee is important because that's our work that we need to do.
Yes, so if you could include C down there. I mean, again, I'd like to have this discussion with the whole council, but again, for me, the most important referral was to work on the 4-track issue to the rail committee. Second would be funding, and maybe a light pass on the criteria, but I'm not sure that spending a lot of time on that right now is a great use of time.
I can't see. Oh yeah, 1. Yeah. Yeah.
I don't support what Councilmember Stone brought up. I mean, that's part of our criteria, is dealing with eminent domain and purchasing property. I didn't want to change that criteria on the fly by adding it into the motion.
I sort of assumed it was in there.
Well, I mean, we balanced it. We didn't rule it out. We said we prefer not to do it, right? But we've already kind of wordsmithed those criteria.
Well, I don't think, I didn't read Councilmember Stone's language as ruling it out either, right? It's just that, let's make sure it's one of our considerations, and it's already one of our considerations. So I think this is one of the areas we're getting to sort of explicit operational guidance to staff that actually is stuff that they're already going to do.
Yeah, but if you could scroll up to the existing C.
But yeah, maybe we just have the staff copy down C, and then we can eliminate the parts that we're uncomfortable with. That will perhaps be the fastest way to do this.
Yes.
Okay.
My only point was it's kind of in here in two places where the, you know, okay.
Yeah. Should we take, so let's take out the technical advisory committee, bullet 4, thank you. And does my seconder want to take out safety mitigations as well?
So C2 again is I think it's fine. I just don't want that to be the focus of the rail committee. Like I really think
Agreed.
the 4-track issue should be listed here.
Okay, technical issues including.
Well, no, it's really a political issue of trying to get Caltrain to narrow the region of consideration for 4 tracks.
Why don't we make it more general? Why don't we say to
Technical issues, including 4-track?
to work with Caltrain on political and technical issues? How about that?
Yeah, that's fine with me.
All righty. And that's it for that one. And then 2 is fine. And then 3, if one of my 2 seconders understands it, that's fine.
Well, I mean, again, for me, number 2 would really be to start to work on funding and financing, which is not
Okay, but
mentioned.
that's coming back in the work plan. I'm not worried about putting that in C because that's coming back in B part 3.
Okay.
Okay, so let's delete 3, C3.
Okay, so
I'm sure
again,
if we're missing something, they'll come and talk to rail committee.
Yeah.
Okay.
What does C2 mean?
We have our criteria that we've reviewed multiple times at council. This is another.
And the
update of it.
XCAP has asked us to take another look at it, right? I think it's fair. We've got a lot of new members of council, myself included. I wasn't on council when they were established. So I think it's worth taking another pass at them.
Right.
Just to
Okay.
either
So-
confirm or recommend changes.
All right, so thank you.
Okay.
If I could just speak to this for a second, again, I think the way I read the report and what I heard from the city manager and I appreciate the substitute motion was they are considering a lot of this work and hopefully they heard a lot of our comments tonight. I do remain concerned about prioritization and funding. And again, I was getting uncomfortable with that long motion. And again, I think the city manager said it pretty well about cost effectiveness. So organizing this work in a way that's cost effective. And again, my feeling is just resolving this 4-track issue early is going to be critical before we spend money on other things. So I hope Vice Mayor Burt, Councilmember Koo, you'll take this in the spirit of trying to just simplify what you had. I think it incorporates a lot of what you had, not necessarily meant to replace it, but to try to just simplify it. So.
What's in section A? This is a substitute motion for section B. I forgot what was in A.
A is removing the tunnels.
No, I mean in the original motion.
It was removing the tunnels.
Same.
Oh, it was
It's
removing
just,
the
yeah,
tunnels.
same.
Okay, so
Councilmember Koo, you have the floor.
Thank you. I can appreciate simplifying the motion, but based on past actions, I do see that there's some resistance to some of the things that were discussed and that we brought up in the motion, original motion. So the simplification, and this is a huge project that's going to affect a lot of people in Palo Alto. And I just have a lot of concerns about the resistance that we had heard and that I have actually seen and heard myself at meetings. And I really feel that, yes, the original motion is lengthy. However, there is a lot of, and yes, you can say it's, getting into the details. but we can set policies and it can be overlooked and misinterpreted. So, so I do thank you for the simplified, but I can't support it being that simple. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yeah, so as I understand the motion, we're going to have the work plan come back to us, and that would give an opportunity if there are any elements of the work plan that we think are missing. So I'm good with the way that the city manager had expressed that not only the slide deck presentation tonight really already embraced much of the what was in the more detailed motion, and then the city manager's acknowledgement of the value of the other recommendations of XCAP. And so I trust that they will do a good faith effort to incorporate as much as possible those two kind of elements and come back with that in the work plan. And then if we have concerns or questions at that time, that would be the time to do it.
Okay. Any other comments before we vote on the substitute motion? Okay, we'll start with Councilmember Koo.
No.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
I vote yes. Councilmember Filsa.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I think that was a good conversation. Passes 6-1.
Actually, if I can, I want to strongly align myself with the Vice Mayor's comments at the end. I think that's the right spirit on this.
Okay. Thank you all. We are now at Councilmember comments, questions, announcements. I have a couple. I wanted to say, obviously it was Earth Day just last week. I attended an event at Gunn High School that students and teachers put on. It was a 4-day art event that started on Earth Day. It was called Breathe With Me. It's a great event. I wanted to thank the teachers that organized it, and also thank the Kiwanis Club that did repairs and cleanup to the duck pond this weekend. And then I mentioned that we had a meeting with Stanford, the vice mayor, the city manager, and I met with the president of Stanford, his staff, to talk about issues of mutual interest. I think it was a positive meeting, and there seemed to be a lot of alignment. Councilmember Koo.
Thank you. I just wanted to mention that the month of May is Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month, and been working with the city manager and staff with some activities and programs sprinkled throughout the month of May. It will be up on the city's website featuring these programs on different days. So it should be up sometime Friday, and we'll let you know more about that. So thank you.
Great. If there's nothing else, I wanted to adjourn the meeting tonight to honor Yasmina Bojic, who sponsors the UN Association Film Festival, the Film Festival and Documentaries that's started here in Palo Alto. She was recently recognized by the International Council for Film and Television, which is quite an honor. She was added to their board. So I just wanted to adjourn the meeting in her honor tonight. Thank you all. Good night.